Hello, hello, hello. How's it going there, Rasmus? How's it going there, Fiat? How are you guys? So back to the old career build series live. Had Tanub and Citrus were asking me to look at something. I'll do that probably later, or if I get a little break on screen here. So we're in the custom game. I'll probably start by working on the airplane just a little bit. I want to try to get this done-ish so that I can get it in, that we can use it. So let's take a little bit of look-a-roni on this. Can you guys, is the music alright for you guys? Always sounds different on the stream than it does to me. So. I don't know what about this ramp. I'm not a huge fan of how this ramp is at the moment. I'll have to work on this ramp later. But, alright, let's see what this needs. I hate where the flaps are, so that's moving. That can be interior lighting, I think, and yeah, that'll be interior lighting and heat, probably where the flaps are presently. I really loathe where that is now. That's aircraft lighting there. I could do some ceiling panel stuff for some of this to move some stuff around. Yeah. Let's take a look here. I want to move some stuff around. Lower the music? Yeah. It's tough. How about that? Can you guys still hear that? Is that better? Just let me know, Rasmus. That's as low as I can get. I can see if I can do it in another option. It's always weird that it comes up different. Okay. I have to do it with the dragger. I wish I could set a volume level. How about that? Alright, so flaps, I loathe being back here. What do I have for overhead? Yeah, I don't have a ton of overhead space, so let's go right there. Let's do a little bit of overhead. I always like having some overhead panel. That's good. Okay, good. Yeah, it's I have to drag the slider, which is a pain. I wish I could enter in the number that I want for that. All right, so let's see. Where were we? We need to do some check some cooling on this. So, you know, human factors wise, it's important to have your layout, you know, where it needs to be. So, gauges are most important, like these gauges, attitude indicator, airspeed are our main things. So attitude and airspeed are right here. Altimeter, these are kind of our biggies. Autopilot, nav can really, frankly, go anywhere. Here's a good spot for them normally. Engine starters, this is power and starters. So things you don't need or want to touch all the time can go overheads. So I want to rotate some of these out. So this is going to probably go up to the top. You know, this is manifold pressures and RPMs. Those are important. Those need to go somewhere close. So what we'll probably do is this. So that there is going to be the powers and engine starters. That will go up there. All right. Then we need to probably yank lighting, I'm thinking. So yank lighting. Yank lighting and stick it right there. All right. So lighting will go there. And then we have gear here, so flaps can go on the captain's side. So that will actually work really well. So, excuse me, pardon me there, friggin' camera. So the flaps will go there. Because I need parking brake access, and I need, you know, flap isn't a huge deal, but I need parking brake access, most certainly. All right, then we have a hole here, which will go probably, so lighting will go here and transponder there, so that will be good. Those things don't have to be operated by one pilot or the other. Those could be single pilot. Like, for example, when I was flying for the airlines, you know, you had pilot flying duties, pilot not flying duties, then you had captain first officer duties. So it was like, for example, the captain taxied because the tiller was on their side, and the first officer would shut down the engine after landing because the captain was going to taxi. And I think I told you guys one time one of the captains decided he was going to try to take over the duty of shutting down the engine, and he was new to the airplane and screwed it up and did it too early. So it's stuff like that that's important to have kind of a set of duties. Okay, so that will work out. So we'll do lighting here. So let's get that in. So the RGB light dimmer. It'd be nice to get this plane kind of wrapped up. Alright, so heat will go on here too. I usually throw heat in here. So that'll be a flip switch on the heat. That'll be 3. Alright. Now let's get that in there. Alright, good. And then I want transponder, or, transponder locator. Not that we're really going to be spending the time to, this isn't a great vehicle to be locating transponders with because, we can't land and do anything about it. But for now, it's a gauge that goes in there with not a huge microcontroller. And it fixes up a dash space, so. If I find something I'd prefer to... you know what we'll do? Let's not do transponder. Let's go. What we'll do is that will be a cargo door, so the FO will run as Loadmaster as well, so that'll be a better idea. Because there's really no point in doing transponder. I'm gonna, I can land off field, but likely most of the transponder missions in game happen, on the water, so it's not really necessary for me to have it on this type of airplane. Alright, so that's a better layout there. Because I couldn't even reach back here to do anything with it, so that wasn't really helpful. So that's good. Might put a block there. Let's go wedge that. Okay. Eventually I'll turn symmetry on. I don't have to do this twice. There we go. All right. All right, nice. That is pretty set up, I think, for cockpit stuff, so that's pretty good. All right, so that's better. Definitely the brake, I was struggling with the brake being back here, so like often you can have the brake on the captain's side because the captain's going to be taxiing anyway. But you want the FO to be able to grab it in case there's an emergency, stop the plane. All right, let's go with that. Alrighty. All right, so that's pretty good. Let's see. Oh, thank you there, Fiat. Yeah. Yeah, plane's coming along nicely. Ah, there's Tanub. How are you? Alright, so I'm going to quickly take a look at Tanub's vehicle here. So let's save this. Alright, so let's look. I got to grab it off the workshop here, or download it rather. Let's see, build help. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Just gonna grab this build really quick. Alright, so there's Tanup's helicopter here. Let's see what the issue is. So let's see. Check why running on one engine gives the same performance as two, also reduce fuel usage. Alright, so let's see, a couple turbines here, turbinas. Let's see. Turbine. What's that block? Pivot. Okay, turbina. Those are going underneath there. Mediums, turbines. Okay, fuel there. Fuel's good there. Okay, intakes. Alrighty. Alright, so it's coming off the Mead turbs pointed towards the engine, running 3 to 1s. Okay. Your dual gens there. Going up into the rotor assembly. What is the okay, rotor assembly. Tail rotor, let's see what the tail rotor, how that comes up. So we have, so that's increasing that by what? That's a 3, that's a 9.5, so that's 27 divided by 5. Let's see what that is off the top of my head. Divided by 5. 5.4 going to the tail rotor. So 3.1 main rotor, 5.4 tail rotor with a klooch. Coming tail, going out and up and in. Okay. Alright, let's check quick logic on this. Throttle. Alright, throttle. Sure, that's 1 right there. Okay, those are the 2 turbina controllers. Minimum RPS 1, max RPS force gain. Integral derivative gain. Compressor, what is that all about? What's this? Why is the compressor, why is an SR latch on the compressor here? That's weird. If the RPS greater than 0.5 or it's not the engine starter. What? Weird. I don't know what that's all about. Oh, yuck. Pre-made workshop one, ick. Let's see. What is all this number? What is all this? I don't get why this is the way it is. Thrust spoiler. You don't need a thrust spoiler if there's no jets on there. There's no jet exhaust on there. PID 0.1 to 1. Exhaust, okay. Let's give it a rock and roll. So it's 15 RPS should be burning that much fuel. It's hopefully I can start this up without screwing around too much. What is that terrible noise? Radar, engine. Oh, that's pleasant. So throttle has a clamp on it. Why, if it has a clamp on it, is it not raising up? We have a readout for this RPS. Is this RPS on top? I can't tell because it's not labeled. This is right in. Must be RPS. 14 RPS. Do we have any sort of fuel flow so I can tell what we're actually burning for fuel? I don't think so. Can't really check out fuel flow if it's not actively showing me fuel flow. Okay. Let me see, what are these issues are? what are your main issues here? I can't tell fuel flow because you don't have any fuel flow gauge that I can see. Okay, here's fuel. All right, as long as I read some fuel, let's see. So I'll do a quick timer test here. So let's go grab a timer, stopwatch rather. So let's see, 9.6 when I clicked it. Let's go for 10 seconds. All right, 7.6, 9.6 to 7.6 to 20. Is this liters? I assume. I hope it's not liters if it's only 900 liters. 20 liters times 6, 120 liters per minute. Ooh, that's liters, that's brutal. Alright, so let's bring this back here. Well, that means you can load the engines up, so... Alright. So let's quickly do something here. We're talking like, that's liters, that's 120 liters per second. Or per minute, rather. Per second would be insane. All right, let's see, rotor. We should be able to up the rotors. Do you need this much do you need that much power generation here? So 15 times 3 is 45. So we got 45 RPS on the rotor. All right, let's try something. So, you know, the reason why probably one engine's doing the same as two is because it's not stressed enough. The engines aren't working hard enough. So let's see. I'm gonna go 9.1 on this. 9.1. And so let's see. So 60 divided by 9, 6.6. So let's see. So up the RPS on the rotor, up the gearing on the rotor, so that I can drop the RPS on the turbines. So it's going to take longer to spool up because we have the because the engines are now loaded. So the engines are doing more work, so it's going to take longer to spool up. So tail rotor, I didn't spin up the tail rotor very much, but let's see if this is enough tail rotor for this. I re-geared the main rotor. I didn't re-gear the tail. Let me re-gear the tail. Tail rotor, where are we at here? Okay. Go back where I put you there, gearbox. The wrong button. There we go. Alright, so this should be stressing the engines out, which should, you know, it's increasing the load, which will decrease the RPS in the engines. It's stuck in the ammo drum. Why is that constantly making a noise? That's brutal. So it's loaded up nicely now, so the, you know, the engine's going to have to do more work. So now the engines are capped out a little bit earlier, so the engine should go up to like 6 RPS, and that's going to save some fuel. Yeah, I don't... IRL, it takes you some time to start a turbine, so I usually don't artificially increase the speed of the start because IRL... So that's probably too much load. That's too much load. Let's drop these down. So yeah, I don't know. A lot of people have a fetish with getting everything started instantly. I don't know why. It doesn't, you know, IRL, it takes you a minute to, literally takes you a minute to start a turbine. Best fucking gun. So dropped them down. So what the hell did I have on there before? So it was a 9-1. I dropped it down to a 6-1. RPS probably gonna be high. I didn't edit the RPS, but see where this goes. Okay, I was gonna say I dropped the tail. What the fuck is going on now? Okay, it's stabilized now. What? Why? Let me see what's doing. Let's see what I do here. It's a 2-1, so 6-1. 2-1. Why is it so weak now? Let's see. Let's do a quick check here. So we're talking a 10. 10. That Escape from Tarkov tag, it always stays in all my live videos. I put the 3 main games I play in every video I make, or in all the streamer tabs, all the streaming tabs. Tarkov, the Stormworks goes in any Tarkov streams, the Tarkov goes in any Stormworks streams. Go, we're up. Fuck. Rotor. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's see. So you're down to 8. So what were we last time? Almost 14. So that saves quite a bit. So let's do a quick fuel test here. If I get my stopwatch to work before the... trying to wait for us to hit 11:10. There we go. All right, 1095. So that's 15. So that's 90. So that saves 100. That saves 35 liters per minute right there. So that's how I would start doing this. Is you know, right now this is not going to run with one engine because So essentially, all I've done is I geared it up so that you're getting more work out of the engine. You are under stressing your engines, your turbines. So they weren't doing as much work as they could be, so that when you go down to one engine, it's going to, that one engine's plenty to do what you're asking from it. The higher you can gear that rotor, like for example, if you could gear it 1 to 243, you wouldn't burn any fuel, but the problem is you'd trade away all your torque, so you wouldn't be able to do it. So right now there's a 6-to-1 gear ratio on there, and I just multiply the tail by the same, so I did a 2-to-1 to the main rotor, and then I did another 2-to-1 to the tail rotor to keep them, the same because they seem to be balanced pretty well. This now is going to save you a lot of fuel because it's saving you 35 liters per minute of fuel, if that's liters, which I assume it is. The other thing too is here. I'll quickly pull this and I'll. So like. Here, I'll show you my turbine microcontroller really quick. I have a turbine tutorial. Just look for that. Where is it? Turbine for VTOL. Okay. Jet. I call it jet. Stormworks Basics Jet Turbine. This is the tutorial here. Like this microcontroller I don't like from the workshop that you have. This is my turbine microcontroller from the tutorial. So it goes throttle into their p-value of 1, clutch there. I might do a new one at some point, but a little bit more simple. But You know, it's running, but that would be what I would. That would be the main focus I would do for you is increase your gear ratio on there. You know, the reason why you could kill an engine and it would still run fine is because you were saying, okay, you can only turn at a max of 15 RPS. Well, that's not. You know, so the problem is one engine had enough power to run the rotor and the tail rotor fine, so you're not going to get much performance different because you're underworking your engines. So by gearing them up, you're now working the engines more effectively, and so they're able to take it. You know, they're able to do more work now, and so because they're loaded up, they're going to naturally drop their RPS because again, it's like asking you to bench press 1 pound, right? You can keep going all day bench pressing 1 pound, 1 pound, 1 pound, 1 pound, and then I say, hey, bench press with one arm, and now you're trying to bench press 1 pound with one arm. Well, you're still doing it fine, right? Because only 1 pound. Now I say, okay, bench press 100 pounds, right? So your reps per second, your RPS of your bench press goes down as you're trying to bench press 100 pounds because it's 100 times what 1 pound is. Now I ask you to bench press with one arm, and you can't do it because the weight is too much, the work is too much. So that's what gearing up is doing. Is like me asking you to now bench press 100 pounds, and then when I ask you to do it with one arm, you just can't because that one arm is no longer strong enough, where before, one arm was strong enough to do the 1 pound. So hopefully that makes sense. So that, yeah, so I would do those things. I'll probably do a new turbine tutorial at some point. All right, let's read some chat, and then I'm going to get back to building here. Citrus had something that he wanted me to look at. I'll do that later. Let's see, where am I at on chat here? Yeah, it's definitely, it's the ammo feeders that was going. I was going to delete them for a second. They were destroying my brain, but check this really quick. Yeah, the tags are gaming videos, Escape from Tarkov, Stormworks, and Star Citizen. So it has the main games that I play as my tags. So yes, I get what you're saying, Hamish. Yeah, it's, especially for testing. That's one of my great annoyances myself is when I try to do a bunch of testing and it takes forever to start up. So it is nice to have it quick for testing. You know, I'm more talking like, you know, people used to always add electric motors to their modular engines to start them instantly, and it was like it just, and then, you know, just a lot of extra stuff to just get their stuff to start quickly. Clean this up here. I gotta clean a couple things up real quick here. So I'd like to get this plane, hopefully, you know, done-ish, so that I can, or, you know, running, so that I can get, do some fuel trading. Not much, Zachy, just helping Tanab with the build and working on my plane. Yeah, but like you noticed, when I geared it up to 9 to 1, even though I had 2 engines, I couldn't even take off. So that right there, you know, you don't really need to delete the engine, you just need to load it up. So once I loaded it up, overloaded it, there was no way it was going to take off. It just wasn't enough strength. I was asking 6 RPS of it, it was giving me 4. 4 wasn't enough because it was 4 times 9. You know, it wasn't enough to take off. And then once I dropped it to 6 to 1, now we can take off. You know, if you wanted a little bit faster performance on it, you drop it down even more at the expense of fuel. You know, nothing's free. Yeah, but that's kind of I might have to build a turbine helicopter for the career build series at some point. I don't have any turbine helicopters except the Rotodyne. It's already 3-to-1 and 3-to-1 for the main prop, and now another gearbox. Add 2-to-1, so I spin the engine 18. But no, what's that? Let's see if I still have it. I delete it, so I don't have it anymore. It was a 3-to-1 going to the rotors. I put it as a 2-to-1, so it's 3 times 2 is 6/1, 6-to-1 gear ratio. So then your max RPS should be somewhere in the neighborhood of 60. So 60 divided by 6 is 10 RPS. You know, you could probably step it up a little bit because it wasn't reaching it, so you could probably do like 11 or 12 on the microcontroller. But that would be what I would do is that, you know, because it you know, so it's not as fast. You know, the lower you can get the RPS on the turbines, the more fuel you're going to save, essentially. You know, that's kind of the dilly yo. All right, so let's work on this. All right, so let's see. We put in, so did some cockpit stuff here, moved some stuff around that was annoying me, like the I'm upside down. It loves to start my PC with my mouse at like 1800 DPI, and then it does flicky camera. Now I'm at low DPI, I can actually operate. You know, Tarkov, I need a little higher. So the you know, I moved flaps and parking brake here. It was not a good design to have it in the back. Overhead panel now has the powers and the starters and the lights. Then we've got a blank here that's probably going to be cargo ramp controller. And that's pretty good. Okay, good. So that's not bad there. And then heater, we'll put a heater in here later. Let's see. Let's save this real quick. I haven't done any real changes to it, but let's save it. I want to find, now my DPI is too low. There we go. All right, let's find an airplane that's recent. I want to stick an autopilot and bearing panel in here. Not that I really need an autopilot, but it is nice to have when I'm trying to do 2 things at once. I can work on the I can put the autopilot on. So I want to get this wrapped up. I haven't done a plane in a while, huh? It's been a while since I've done a plane-a-roni. Minky autopilot, absolutely not. I need a fixed-wing autopilot. Because I have a VTOL. That's a 4-engine VTOL microcontroller. That's going to be absolutely annoying to convert over. Helicopter autopilot's not great. Let's find an airplane autopilot. Probably could use, I'm trying to think, Albatross. Let's grab Albatross's AP. All right, gear, it's AP there. Okay, where's bearing panel? Seat combiner should probably come. Flap spoiler brake, gear, winch. Where's bearing panel? Where are you at, bearing panel? Where the hell's the bearing panel? Did I build it in? Where is it? No, I doubt I built it in. Let's see. Composite, where are you at, bearing panel? Physics sensor, seat combiner, bearing micro right there. It's in the front. Okay. Grab you, son. Autopilot's always a beautiful, easy panel to hide. It's enormous. Okay, let's go. What do you... Lights. Oh my god, this bearing panel's huge. Why is this bearing panel so huge? That's insanity. That is a huge bearing panel, too. Yuck. Getting big panels here. Okay, seat combiner I want too, which is also not the smallest of panels. Wowza, this is getting big. They can all go in the ceiling too. It's not a big deal. Like some of them can go on the floor. Just have to XML to hide them. Okay, so I want these suckers. That's a lot of micro. A lot of micros for a small plane. That's why the plane that I originally started pulling micros off of, the Cap Air Twin, didn't have an autopilot. It adds a ton of space. Kind of want it in this one. All right, let's see where we're at here. So why is the bearing panel so enormous? What did I put in here? I have like tiny ones too. FLIR. Okay, that can all come out. Those two can come out. FLIR FOV can come out. So let's start stripping some crap out of here. Let me make sure this is the... Okay, that's the good one. So FLIR is gone. FLIR FOV is gone. FLIR is gone. That's good. AB. Oh, let me see. I'm gonna have to add in a ton of crap if I do this. I might do no autopilot. I'll do no autopilot because I'd have to add in a keypad, a heading, and an altitude. So yeah, I'm not doing it. So we're not adding that. That's fine. Bearings going in though for navigation. So that goes in for navigation. See ya. The seat combiner can come in. So the seat combiner is just, you put both seats in, and it, here, let's do this. Seat combiner just comes in, and essentially it adds everything together because IRL, the yokes are connected, and so they're either hydraulic or cable connected, or either fly-by-wire, depending upon the systems. So it just does the same stuff. All right, that goes in, and then any time that I need seats combined, anything that's reads seat. So panel. Let's find them in here. Seat, physics sensor, seats right there. So seats goes to here now instead. Seats goes to here instead. Engine. That's all good. Okay, good. All right, so bearing panel, let's shrink this up. Why are you still so enormous, bearing panel? Because I didn't update you, huh? Okay. And then keypads, still need that for GPS. Still need the keypad. Where the fuck? Yeah, I'm not going to shrink the bottom out. All right. All right, let's see where we're at here. So AP, one of these can go for AP. All right, so that makes a little space. So I need a keypad needs to come in here somewhere. So that's actually not too bad. All right, so let's see. That could come back and put a keypad there, I guess. Let's knock that. What are you? You're lights, right? That's lighting. Okay, so that can go. Problem is I need like gear and flaps where it's easier to reach. Park brake should stay there. What's on here? Bats. Bat, volts. Fluid, fuel. Bats, volts, fuel. I don't need two of these. Don't need two of these. That can go. Oh, come on. Get out of here, symmetry. That can go there. Read some chat. Yeah. Yeah, when this chat's going too fast, hard for me to catch up to. That's one reason I've been using it lately, is especially you get somebody who posts like 10 things in a row, it's like it's hard for me to get through it, so kind of restrains people from, makes them put their stuff in one comment instead of being like, you'll get some people that are like, hey, enter, how, enter, how, are, enter, you, enter, and it's like, go, hey, how are you in one message, please. Thank you. read some chat. Just reading. Okay, so let's see. Alright, so that can go there, and then we need to get keypad in. This is the main thing, is I can't get the flaps and this too far away from one another. So flaps can go here, gear can go in front of the captain maybe, or here, we'll do this. You know, it's human factors is important. They really started standardizing airplanes. Like, things used to be all over the place everywhere, and now they're much more where they should be. So that's was a big development that was important to aviation, was doing that. Okay. I don't want that way the Christ over there, do I? No, I don't want that way over there. Okay. I don't want this. I want a bearing where I can see it. Lighting could go up top if I can reach it, but I got space over there too for the FO. Okay. This can go over here, the FO side. Yeah, it's important when this stuff goes for actual, you know. It's not bad in the game, you can reach across the cockpit, but like IRL, you know, it's hard to do, so you gotta kind of have things set up where, you know, if both pilots supposed to be using them, you need to have them where they're reachable. That's not terrible. It's not my favorite, but it's not terrible either, so we'll leave it here for now. Oh, piss off. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Right there, okay. You're gonna drive me nuts with that. Alright, good. That's better there, I think. Alright, so let's plumb that in. Like to get this flying and doing what it needs to do. B. Of course, I did it backwards. What did I just grab? B. Okay. B. A. I need this for the GPS of that. Alright, let's see. Rest of the bearing panel I need. Monitor touch is going to go here. Like, I don't need the autopilot. I just need the... Okay, AP pass-through can probably go at some point. Physics sensor I need. Where's the... Did I not put a... I did put a physics sensor. I knew I did. And that's bearing micro out. So let's see. I should be able to shrink this panel up even more. Let's see. So that goes down to the monitor. We have monitor touch, so that's going bearing micro out. I don't need most of this stuff. Okay, that's going down there. Where are you going down? Okay, that's the button for that. Okay, this is tracks there, tan here. Why is this not going to anything? This I don't get. What that's supposed to go. Let's keep those unhooked. These two. And I don't think I need this one or this one because I should be able to shrink this panel up quite a bit. Let's go in here. I need to do the systems. Avionics will go turn on this monitor. Backlight on that. that for now. All right, let's jump in here. I should see if I have the bearing micro going. All right, let's go Master Power Avionics. All right, so why are you not on? Because I didn't hook the monitor up. Okay, that'd be why. That will do it. So, need to see what I actually need in that bearing panel. I think those two composite nodes can come out because that's what it uses to talk to the autopilot. It doesn't need to talk to the autopilot anymore because I'm not going to have an autopilot. Because I am the pilot. Okay, so here we go. Bearing's good. All right, 356. Let's put a GPS right there. Let's go ahead and enter the GPS in there. Okay, I need a way to switch it. So, we'll go to automated switching. So, that's good. Okay. So, I need to put in automated switching. So, essentially, let's see. So, currently what happens is the AP pass-through comes in. And that's what controls what mode it's in. I'm not going to have that. So, that needs to go. So, AP pass-through can go. Adios. Hasta luego. Okay, properties. We'll trim that sucker down again. Alright, so this is going to change up the way it works. So what's going to happen now is, where are we at? Where is keypad AB? Okay, keypad AB. Alright, where's the freak going in here? Freak is right here. For these. Alright, there's the freak right there. Alright, so we'll default off this. So it's going to default the radio. So what we'll do here is this. We'll do an add. Alright, so this is my inbuilt nav radio. That goes right here now. Okay. And then if this is... we can get rid of that. Alright, so if the radio is greater than 0, this is kind of like a way to compact it is, now if I'm using the radio, it will tune in the radio. So if I put in a radio frequency, it'll tune in the radio. Then if these keypads here, those are the two keypads from the GPS, are greater than 0. That will flip those on. So that gets rid of that nonsense. Okay, I don't know what the deal is with this. Okay, that's just compass readout. Okay, I get what it is now. Alright, compass readout can go adios, muchachos. Okay, that's gone. Alright, and then bearing micro out is gone. Not that it really matters size-wise. Okay, good. Let's update that. See if we can get the bearing micro to operate for me. So that's for navigation. I could use that, especially if I go up to the Arctic or something. It's nice to have some navigation equipment. All right, bearing 0. Let's put in something. So let's go 0. All right, so now that's a 090 heading 1 mile. That bearing's wrong because I sticked up the compass. All right, shit. That's not good. All right. That's not good. This one I think is already pre-set up for it, so let's check this one out. This one's tiny. This one's the new tiny. Alright, so that is physics sensor 1-3. Okay. Let's try this one instead. This one's probably pre-done, so let's go to the monitor there. Let's go to the physics sensor here. Let's run this one instead. What else does this need? Monitor touch goes there. What else? What else? Oh, okay, the monitor node. Okay, good. Let's try this one instead of having to jerry rig that one. All right, so there's 356, so it's reading 0-0 position. That's fine. Okay. And that didn't change. So I need to put in. That has no keypad node on it. Okay. This is just radio only, I think. It's got to be radio only then. Yeah, it's radio only, so I don't want to dick with that one. I need to keep this one in. I just need to fix what I screwed up. Ah, come on, go back. It's annoying. I screwed this up. Let me see if I can find the... Yeah, see, I don't have that on there that I need. See, I should be just give me the bearing 2. I don't know what the deal is here. How's it comparing it to the current compass, though? That's what I don't get. Why is this one not... That's annoying. That's XY on that. Let's run this one again and see. This works with radio. I just need to put in the keypad. So this one works radio. Could just leave it as a radio bearing panel. All right, so let's see. I need to bring up my freaks. So I'll grab those. So this one is the new. It's simulates an ADF. So it. You know, all the major landmarks are in here. So like, say for example, where the hell's FJ? 630. So we'll go in here. FJ 630. So it'll be. So radio 630. 30. 106. 106. That doesn't look like 106. How's it compare? See, it's not comparing the. It's not getting the compass sensor. So how the hell is it? See, it's not comparing the compass, so that's funky. It has to be comparing the compass somewhere. I gotta look in here, see why it's. Yeah, so see 1 and 3. 1 and 3 is XY coordinates off of that. It needs the compass. I don't know how I set this up without the compass. That one's gotta be borked. Alright, let's grab another bearing and see. I need to fix that one part I just deleted. That's the problem I put in there as I deleted it. I need to fix that one argument that I took out. Yeah, right here. Where is it? I wish I hadn't deleted that. Now I gotta dick around with it. Alright. Let's find the one we had. So let's, here, did I actually do anything to this worth screwing around with? That's the autosave. Why don't I grab the autosave? Okay, that's way back. Let's grab this autosave and save it, for Christ's sake. Deleting that one thing sucks. That wasn't good to do. Let's see. Let's grab the cap plane. Let me see what this looks like in here, because this is probably gonna be the best. Best just to grab it off here. I need to make more modules for this. I keep editing these bearing panels, and then I don't make a bearing module. That's updated to that kind of what that airplane's running on. So let's see. Master Power Avionics. Okay, this one here. Let's see. Do I have a keypad? I have no keypad in here, so let's see. So 630 for FJ. 107. 107 doesn't seem right to me, though. That can't be right. 167, it's right there. It have to be east. Oh, never mind. It's right. It's right. It's not doing the GPS. The bearing's over there. That's correct. That's working. Okay, that's working fine. All right, so let's put in... so Draymore would be over here, right? So that's Draymore. Let's see what Draymore is. I confuse myself. 635. Okay. So let's grab Draymore. 613, 316 rather. Yeah, okay, so that's working fine. All right. We'll do this one. That way I can get rid of the keypad as well. So this will be a radio only bearing panel. That's fine. Let me find the bearing panel in here, right there. So this one's nice and stout. So we'll keep this, and then I can convert this over to do GPS too. So maybe I'll add GPS to this and make a module. All right, so that's what I'll do. I'll start with this as, you suck. I'm rushing and I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. There we go. All right. So we're gonna add this in instead, and I'll make this work with the keypad. So that will go like that. They used to actually do it with radio signal, and then it was causing massive amounts of lag because the way it was staying in the world was screwed up. So I had to fix it. So this should work now. Alright, so now I just need to add keypad on there. So right, this is good. Maybe we'll stick with this for now. Yeah, let's do it no keypad for now, and if I want to add that functionality later, I can do it. So we'll do that. Alright. Where'd my flaps go? Right here? Okay, flaps are right here. Alright, bearing there. Gear. I could even migrate some of this stuff. This is probably a 1x2. Yeah, it's a 1x2. Okay. Backup compass is always nice. Yeah, I'm trying to keep this simple. I don't want to have to hide too many microcontrollers, so it's kind of important to me. All right, I think we're cooking with gas now. I kind of know what I want to put in here and what I don't now, which I'm still struggling to try to figure that out. I think we're good now. All right. All right, so let's see where we need to be here. All right, that is lighting. Put that back in. I'll add the keypad. I've kind of decided that's what I want to do. Add the keypad back in. Okay. What was this one? This was bat, bolts, fuel. Okay, we'll duplicate that. All right. Trying to get this kind of locked in what I want in here. All right, good. So that's fine. Let's fix this up so this will work with the keypad now. It's easier to edit this one than the other one. All right, so what this is, these are all the frequencies for all the airports that I have in here. So when I put the frequency in, it triggers their coordinates. So that it kind of cheats it. So it's a GPS system, but it's faux not GPS system. All right, and then what I need to do is here is I'm gonna go numerical switch box. It's gonna default readout radio. So default the radios, and then these will go in here. So it will be there and there. All right, and then what's gonna happen is when I'll bring in 2 nodes for the keypad. pick this up so I don't cut my microcontroller. Okay. And then we'll grab this, and this will get edited for the keypad. So, cooking with gas now. It's taking forever to get figured out what I wanted. Number input. Key A. Key B. Okay, that's key A and B. I don't know where they went, right here. Okay, key A and B. Key A is going to go here. Key B is going to go here. All right, then the trigger for key A and B is... if key B is greater than 0, that will trigger. So if I put something in that, it will default to the GPS. If I don't have anything in there... if I don't have anything in the keypads, it will default to the radio. So that way it saves me from having to have a controller to run this. All right, so that should work. Update that. Let's go ahead and plumb that in. So let's grab output B and A. All right, good. So this should work. So now I have the ability to GPS this sucker as well. So I forgot that the actual spot where that GPS coordinates is right here, because I used to put physicalized shacks there for the radio system, and it was cool. The ADF system, it had an antenna, and it would report its current GPS position, which of course was static, and that's how this real system works. Is it's not really, but you know, it's essentially you can read where the actual position is, but the game didn't like it. So, all right, so what the fuck am I missing now? Why are you not on now? Okay. I clicked avionics. Did I do monitor? I did. Why is that not on is the question. Yet. Oh, electricity? I have infinite electricity on, I think. Yeah, I do. That's not good. I gotta diagnose this. Oh my god. Let me see if I can change this keybind. This is gonna drive me absolutely nuts that it does this. I hate that it does this. Different in the world than it is in the editor, which it should be the same as far as I'm concerned. Why are you not on? Let's see. Is this monitor reading on? Why is this monitor not on? Why the hell is that not? Oh, it's not merged. Okay, that's it. It was just not merged. I forgot to merge it. That will do it. Okay, good. So I want to get off. I want to get this thing done. All right, there we go. So that's 356, go to the 00 position. Then we're going to read FJ, which will be right to my left. So 630. All right, so that's a 106. So that's over here. That's where it is. That's good. All right, it is 0.1 nautical miles. That's good. Let's read 635, which is Dre Moore. 316, 16 nautical miles. Beautiful. Okay, then I want to do a GPS coordinates, which is going to be right here in front of me, which should be about a 180-ish. Not quite 180. 180 would be right here, so let's put something that's closer to 180. All right, and then let's go enter in a keypad, and bingo. Bearing 0, that's not right. Why is that not right? Shit. All right. That's not right. It's not taking into account the compass, which I gotta fix. Yeah, this isn't reading in compass. Have any compass in here? No. What the hell? Alright. Let's radio's working for now. We'll screw with the keypad later. I don't want to keep working on this. Let's see. Get this door working. That way we can actually do some stuff with it. Read some chat. All right, where are we at there? That's 0.37. Okay. 0.37. 38, 37. We'll do 37. Okay. Ramp up. Arrow button up, push 1. Ramp down. Arrow button down, push 2. Okay. Okay. All right, let's test that out. All right, that's good. Up's good. All right. All right, nice. That works. This will probably get me to build a forklift finally. Wanting to build a forklift. I think it was Butthole made a forklift that I saw. That was pretty cool. Alright, good. So that's up there. I think we're pretty set on features, at least for now. Let's, yeah, we're pretty set for features. Let's start doing a little bit of detailing and get this thing kind of wrapped up, I think, I hope. Right. Let's start banging microcontrollers away. So let's see. do some measuring here. I need to measure what's important. Okay, that's not going to cut it right there. Okay. That will do there. Okay, so let's see. It's 15. Beautiful. Okay, that is 8. That's the midpoint. Nice. Okay, so that works. So this way I can XML some blocking to hide the microcontrollers. So trying to hide them wherever I can at the moment. All right. What are you measured? Can I cut here and see the top of the wing? Okay, that's in the cabin, so that can't go there. Let's see, what are you? Odd number, please. 6? No, 5. Okay, so we can cut a 5 here. Okay, so theoretically we could do a couple there. All right, so let's start banging some microcontrollers away here. So where's 8? Right here. Okay. All right, so we can start fitting some mics in there. Trying to keep these things for the live series a little bit simpler, so I was hemming and hawing so much about setting up that bearing panel. I want to do a little bit more manual flying. Okay. What are you? What's that? A 4-banger? 4-banger. Do I have a 4-banger? That's a 5-banger. Got 2 2s. That's a 3. There's 2 2s right there. Nice. You got three bangers there. Those 2s or 3s. 2 bangers there. What are they? 3 bangers this way. Copy. Nice. Nice. Okay, then I need 2 2s. Okay, making good progress. Get rid of these Johns. What are we talking here? 5 bang here? 4 bangs. 4 bangs, okay. 4s, and I have a bunch of 3s. That's not helpful. What are you width-wise? 7? 7. Let's see, will this fit in there and not be a pain in the ass? I think it will. Try to think, what's the width on this? Can I go forward? It doesn't really matter if it goes forward, but no, can't. Okay. Okay, let's cut that out. There you go. What is that? Clutch. Okay, let's go to clutch. What do we got here for spaces? We have a 4x2. Gear. I gotta slam gear away somewhere, or that's gonna be ugly. What are you looking at? Gear here. What do we? 5x2, huh? 5x2. That's a 4x2. There it is right there. Okay. It's not going to work with the fuel. Yes. Yeah, it's not going to work with the fuel right there. Might be able to get a 5x2 in here if I move some stuff around. To 4, so I need, what's that? 2, 4, 5x2, so right there. These two can cut, and then there's gear right there. All right, beautiful. Pretty well set up there so far. You can be punched in the roof. Do this as an antenna and... Oh my god, grab this. Jesus. 5 times. 5, 6 times I had to click on it. What do we got left here? That will fit there. Okay, good. All right, nice. So that's looking good. Let's see. Have I driven a European truck? No. You know, we have Volvos here, but it's the US spec Volvos. So. All right, let's go ahead and shit. I didn't count right. That's really not good. That's ugly as hell, man. What did I do that? Oh my god, I didn't count right. That's a friggin' even number there. That really screws me. That does screw me. That's a lot to strip out. I can't strip that much out. That's a ton of strip out. I can go interior. Okay, I'll go interior. All right, let's cut into here. Yeah, there's nothing there, right? No, okay. I didn't count right. Let's see. What do you... Width-wise, 6, 7. Perfect. Alright, that's where they're going. Alright, good. That would have sucked. Something fierce. Okay. Gotta get all of this out here. 1, 2, 3. It's gonna be ugly to try to get this. Shit, this is gonna be ugly. It's gonna be really ugly. No, no, no. It's not good. It's really not good. I'm gonna try it. We'll see what we can do. So in order to XML this, it needs to be an odd number, and I friggin' did 4 this way. I wasn't paying attention. Let's see here. Before I go nuts on this here. Alright, we can do this. We'll leave that. This is actually going to work because I had to do something to the engine nacelle that I didn't like, so now I'll be able to fix that. So here. This will actually work alright, so. I'm going to cut that, slide that back 1. This will fix the part of the engine nacelle that I didn't like. Swell the wing just a little bit. They were looking a hair thin anyway. All right. That'll work. That's the mass. 22 is not bad mass-wise. Left that open. Okay, this can be closed up there. Alright, so that'll work now. I was going to have to redo a bunch of them. We get more microcontroller space if I need it. Alright, so that's better. 5 by what are we looking at here? 5 by fucking 14. Ugh. 5 by 14. How did... No, 6... Okay. That's fine. It can go past that. 5 by 15. The top is... goes 1 extra. I forgot this top goes right to here, so I actually did count right on that one. I was like, how did I count both ways wrong? Alright, so 5 by 15. Alright, good. Let's save this. Let's figure out what color I want these wings to be. It's usually like a light gray I do. That one there, okay. Five by 15 block. Alright. Alright, we'll XML that block. Nice. $154 would be ugly. There we go. Alright, good. Okay, that's good there. Oh, come on, I hate it when it does this. Come on, let me just paint you, scumbag. Oh, I hate it when it doesn't let me paint this. It's freaking quite annoying. Come on, let me paint this block. Pain in the ass. Ah, some tree on this dangerous. Okay. Ha! Grab the wrong block. You suck. How was that block I grabbed there? Okay. So find this. There it is right there. Okay, good. Alright, see, make sure we don't get too much glisten going on here. I hate the glistening, so nice, no glisten. On the bottom, at least. No glisten under there. You get this little shadow that I loathe. So it's nice when it doesn't shadow. So. Nice, that looks good. Okay, good. Yay, microcontroller's gone. How's it going there, big man? Let's quickly look through chat. Notice not too many people have been chatting, so a little bit of building. Answer the European truck question. Which vehicle is the most interesting I've driven? I don't know. You know, my favorite of the Max. I don't know about interesting. There's not much interesting to them, but yeah, different from one or the other. But my favorite are Max. I do as you do cosmetic XML editing. I do. If I have to hide something, I try not to do it, but like, you know, at no space. There's a lot of microcontrollers for this build, so there's really no place for them to go. So that cleanly puts those away. But yes, how's it going there, big man? Gonna be working on the sub, or using the sub a little bit. Might work on it a little bit too. But that is coming along. So let's start pissing some paint on this bad Johnny. So that was a big step, getting all those micros hidden. As you can see, I did a lot of work on the sub last night. So the sub is really in good shape. So I'm enjoying the sub. It's inspired me to make a big sub. I want to make a big sub that is like a home ship sub at some point. So that'll be fun. So I'm looking forward to that. Let's see, is this saved? I think that's this, right? No, it isn't. Okay. Citrus, so he's not here, but he always loves it when I do this. Alright, there we go. Let's go ahead and save that again. I need to grab that color again. Alright. Use the demon bucket, see if it annoys me at some point and color something I don't want to color. Try to hopefully avoid coloring something I don't want to. I need to do wing integration a little bit. And I think wing color for the pods. Did I color? When did I color the top of that wing? I didn't want to do that. Ways away. Okay, it was there. So let's go. I can't believe I don't have this color saved somewhere. I think I don't want to save it over here. Okay, goes over that fuchsia. Stop doing that. There we go, right there. Okay. Just checking on symmetry if that was off. Those big tears. Many tears shed for lack of symmetry. Okay. Alright, let's get going in this color. I don't think there's another plane on the bottom there, so I think I can bucket the bottoms. Probably bucket this stuff, but it's iffy. Okay. I was gonna do something that was gonna cause me issues. There we go. This is gonna be gray there, or else I'm gonna screw up this color. Yeah, that's gonna bleed if I don't keep that gray there, so that's gonna be grayed out here. Fortunately. That one little area screws me there. Stripe it out as gray, that's fine. I keep the engine nacelles grayed out. Screw it. Body can be this color. The engine cells need to stay grayed out because of those XML blocks. That was the one thing I didn't want to paint. Yeah, I'll keep these grayed out. Okay. I'll actually keep the... Fuck off. Get the right color. There we go. Alright, we'll gray out, we'll blue out the bottoms and we'll gray out the tops on these. That works for me. Okay, good. Then this is going to be... I need to fix this so that this has integration on it. Let's do that now. Okay. Might screw with this one here. Nah, I'll leave it the way it was. That's not bad there. Alright, good. So this start hitting the gas on this now. Almost. Painting can be tedious when I keep hitting the wrong buttons. Okay. Nope. It's going to be gray. These should be hand painted because it's going to have a ton of planes in there. I don't want to start integrating. So. I like the XML gear doors too, because that way they don't have the collision and gears don't hang up. Nice. Nice. That will stay black. Alright, good. That just did all this up under here that I didn't want to do, but whatever, I'll fix it later. Alright, it's coming along nicely. How's it going there, Citrus? How are you? How are you? How's it going, Daniel K? Yeah, I think I really want to do a base submarine to be, you know, like probably like 51 meters long, and it would, I want to put some sort of air vehicle in it. I'd like to put a land vehicle in it, a boat. Yeah, I might play with some nuclear at that point. I'd probably do steam drive of some sort, maybe. Let's see. I'll grab this. Where's the brush? Come on, give me the color, you scum. Jesus. Jesus. Ah, that one's got to be a paint block there. So I'll fix that later. Actually, we'll do it right now. What do we have in there? This paint block, so we'll just do... It's gonna stick out like a sore thumb if I don't do it now, so... Something that devs could easily do to get some good press is more window blocks. Alright, good. So that's looking good in the exterior. Let's go to look in game, see how I like it. Yep, looks like a mini albatross. I'll put some depth on the paint later. Just trying to get it. I want to get it, you know, I don't want to build all day today. I want to get it in a flying state and use it. So, all right, interior. Let's go ahead and save it. I want to kind of get inspired from some of the other builds. So let's check albatross. It's like a mini albatross of the Stoll plane. Let's do Stoll planes. It's the same as albatross. All right, I'm using a darker black on the boots. This one's really grayed out. Okay. Okay. Do a different ceiling color, and then I'm going to do probably... Okay, good. So this will be my floor color. Okay, good. thresholds, different color there. And then let's just go 70, 70, 70. All right, there we go. I don't like the squareness of this roof, but I can't really join up in the corners here, so that's going to be funky to try to do. I can't get a block in there, so it'll be funky. I do hate the squareness of these corners, though, so... Yeah, I'd have to dick around with this. I could XML something in there. We'll start, and then I'll try to put an XML block in or something. Okay, so XML something in at the end there. Give it a little bit of a bend on there. All right, nice. Let's get... Okay. Let us see. What do you look like here? Ooh, perfect. That's actually not a bad size. We can be all right, I think, there. Yeah, that will work. All right. Not the end of the world there. We like that. All right. Put some doors in here. I don't need 2 doors, but could put 2 doors in. Not necessarily going to shit my Cheerios if I put 2 doors in. I'm just going to do regular block doors because these are too big. Wish that black was max black. Okay. I hate having to do the inverse of these doors. Let's see, what color do I want this to be? Let's go this, because I always do this and it's a pain in the ass to fix it later. Let's try to fix everything now that I need color-wise. There we go. Okay. Then we'll go this gray color, because I always have to do the rim of the door, and it's a pain in the ass. Do this. One block and one hit. There we go. All right, good. I gotta save. Let's see what I have for door stuff here. Keep me to make a proper door module and not have to do it every friggin' time. Okay, that's fine. I'll make a door module at some point. Alright, let's grab, so what do you, it's gonna be, okay. Composite, that's the one. Okay, that's the one. Work. All right. Where are we at here? We get... It's under here. I can't tell anymore what's going on here. Okay, those are there. That's... Okay, I knew there was a spot right there. Right there. Okay, where else do we have a spot? It could be... It's a 5-banger, right? I think it's a 5-banger. Yeah, it's a 5-banger. Okay. I got all this space here, so I don't even need to get rid of that, but doesn't matter. We'll do it. Then it can go any of these spots. Okay. It's a nice thing having big XML wings is fix all this shit. Alright, nice. So, I want to get moving on this. I want to play with this a little bit. I want to maybe get on the sub a little bit. That'd be nice. Did some work at the sub last night. I'm still contemplating putting in fuel correction. I think I'm going to do it. So, Big Man's going to have some instructions to read. Let's put it that way. It's not that challenging, but it's, you know, you got to follow some instructions. I'm sure he's capable. Read some chat. Yeah, I was thinking nuclear would be interesting. The thing of it too is though I don't want it to take too long, and if I use the same systems that are in my current sub, that will speed it up some. Not too much. Did help Tana out on the build a little bit. Just kind of finishing this plane up. Let's see. Alright, we all merged. Let's go spawn this sucker. Alright, I'm going to change the color of the boots. The boots are getting blacked out. So these are pneumatic boots. Flare of color there. All right, let's go for flit. All right, so why are the mains not coming up? Yeah, hi, yeah. That's good. All right, nice. That way I don't have to drop the ramp every time I want to do something. But I do want to get ready for flight here, so let's see. Why are you not going up, gear door? What is this? This is why I don't like using the frickin' bucket. Alright, what is up with these here? These were one overlapped, so I need to push these up one. Let's find where the collision is here and fix these. So the collision should be right there. So let's grab these, cut them, push them up one. Because I think they were hanging down one too much. Okay, let's find. And then gear, I want kind of a strong gray for the gear. Yeah, that's good. Okay. You're gonna not paint. You're gonna be a pain in the ass. There we go. Okay. All right, that could be good there. Right, now why the hell are you not working there? Interior gear doors, because I didn't plug you in. Okay, let's get that done. Uh-oh. That's a very bad friggin' sign. Right, delete the gear. I think I deleted the friggin' gear micro. I have one saved, so I'll fix it, but yeah, I deleted the gear micro somewhere. Okay, let's save this. Hopefully I have one. I did the gear pretty early, so should be able to pull it back pretty simply. That's gonna suck if I have to go back there. Fuck, I think I deleted it. Nope, here we go. Okay. Hey, I knew I had put, oh shit. I did delete over it. Crap. I thought this one had it, so it doesn't. Okay. What about you? You got the gear micro? You do. Ha ha! Ha ha! Look at that. There we go. Nice. I knew I had one that, because I changed its name up for that reason, to save a base model of it. I don't know where the hell I deleted this. It was somewhere. I deleted the friggin' thing. It should have been right here. See, it was right here. I deleted it on the way through here. It was right here and I deleted it, so yeah, that's where it was sitting. I need to just change one thing pretty much. Let's see. Or a couple things here. Gear panel, panel. And then I need to do logic add composite input fuel. Okay. That's not too bad. Not too bad of a deletion. It could be a hell of a lot worse. All right. Try to get this put back in. It goes right there. So that's where I must have fat fingered it and clicked it off. Port main. Oh, those are the distances. Okay, port main distance sensor. Distance sensor on the starboard. Nose distance sensor. Gear. Okay. Nose doors. Starboard main interior door. Should be port main interior door. Okay, compost heat. Panel. I don't know when I deleted it, but I deleted it at some point. Alright, then there's fuel somewhere, so there's a composite missing for fuel adder. Let's go off the fuel. Find where it is, right there. Okay, so it should be off of here. Composite is going to be electrical fuel panel. Battery fuels, okay, right there. Panel, okay. And this goes to here. Alright, good, so that should fix that. I need to go in here, make sure it's the right number, because that did change at some point. Give me the right thing, please, too. Okay. Now I need to add in the indicator, too. The indicator's screwed now. Alright, I need to do a new indicator. I'll do the indicator now. $19.20. I think that's good. So let me check it. $19.20. No. That's temps. Where the hell are my fuels going? Oh, it's supposed to be temps. Is it temps? It's temps. Okay, fuel's different. This is temps. Temps 29.30. Okay, it's supposed to be temp, so it's not a big deal. I just need to find the temps now. So let's see. This one right here. That's it right there. Cooling systems right here, and then this is temps. Temps come in here. I think those are reading out on the right channel. Let's check them. Should be 29.30 for temps. 29.30. Bingo. Okay, that's good. That's hooked back up correctly. Let's save that before a disaster strikes. else? What else? What else? Electricity for all the crap I just hooked up. So this is ramps are going here. Ramps should be already pre-hot bust. Doors go to the panels, and those are going to be hot bust. Where's my hot bus? I don't remember where my hot bus is. Where the hell did the hot bus go? Where's my batteries? There they are right there. Okay, this is it right here. So that's hot bus right here. So hot bus needs to go to there. This needs to plumb. This is going to be an absolute disaster of crap here. So let's go. Usually what I do is I use the compass as the central connection point. But we'll do it with something else now. What is that? Distance sensor. Distance sensor is a sensor. Needs electricity. That'll plumb into there. Okay. That would make sure that the nose works properly. Can't see anything else that needs it. I think we're pretty good here. Alright, let's grab the pallet. I saved that just now, so let's grab the pallet. So I want to make sure this can hold a full jet fuel pallet. So what we want to do is we want to find the center of gravity, which is here. And that needs to go about the center of gravity. So that way you don't screw it up. You don't screw up your weight and balance. All right. I have to dropping it on the ground too. I need to lower it. Yeah. Okay, that needs to be pushed forward, back to the center of gravity. So I need a center of gravity mark at some point. It's a diesel tank, or jet fuel tank, rather. Okay. Yeah, I need to push it back. Come on, push, push, push. Push, push, push. Problem is I have nothing to grab onto. I need a handle on here. Let's raise the ramp, see if I can get it to roll back on me. Nah, it's not going to want to roll back now. Pisser. You suck. Alright, there we go. It's going now. Okay, come on, get in there, jackass. Can't do this all day. You fucking suck. Get out of there now. Get out of there. I need a handle on this anyway. Alright. Let's work on that pallet. Need a handle so I can actually do something here. Let's see. What is... That is there. Let's look at the interior here. So handle can go right here. No, yep. Ha, stop that. Why does it do that? I don't know why. Yes, when it does that. At some point I need to make a forklift for this, so maybe we'll do that at some point. Grab the black block, grab the handle, there we go. Right, where's the micro for this? Alright. That'd be better. I don't want the autosave, I want the regular one. Alright, now this will start with the brakes on. Alright, so this is its job, or one of its jobs is to do this shit, so. Okay. It's gonna give me it's probably more than 40 meters. Not gonna want to let me go. Why are the brakes off? The brakes off? Brakes off? No, it's on. Okay. Yeah, the other airplanes use the rope and the winch to bring it in. At some point, I need to make a really small forklift for it. It's got to be really low profile. This is gonna be our moneymaker. How's it going there, Aaron? What's happening? That's good enough. There's 2,000 liters. It only holds like 2,200 or something, so. Alright, let's go for a flight with it fully loaded with cargo. Good, that feels nice and heavy in there, so that's good. Nice and heavy. Yeah. I still have to do some painting in here. Okay, nice. Much better where the parking brake is and the, shit. Alright. Let's go. Where's the seat combiner? I'll have to change this later too, but, because do the test, but I'm just gonna spawn it with jet fuel or diesel in there. Let's see where I'm just gonna spawn it with jet fuel in here for now, so I don't have to keep filling it. All right, where's the seat combiner? Let's find the seats. Right over here to the right. How am I missing the seat combiner? Where is it? There it is. All right, I need a yaw off the seat combiner. Make sure it's going the right frickin' direction, man. Hiya. Let's check it here in a second. Of course, you're backwards. Why wouldn't you be, guy? Why wouldn't you be backwards, you scum? Delirious scumness. Okay, let's cut that. All right. Check the steering now. Those nose doors supposed to stay open? I can't remember. They might close when I turn the power on, depending on how I have it hooked up. That's better. Okay, now we can steer. That flap's going to 1. Brakes coming off. Let's get out of here. Let us get out of here. What's up here? Why aren't we moving? There's heavy. No, can't be. Brakes are working. Might just be heavy. Got a notch of flaps in. Let's go 2 notches of flaps. Still need to work on cooling on this Johnny. I have a low prop pitch in here, so it wouldn't surprise me that I need a bunch of thrust to get moving. I'm going to probably end up doing it in the live career build series, so probably soon. I have been thinking about that, so I got to do that. And then I'll probably use the winner of this one's truck in it. All right, here we go. Let's get out of here. Purple. Rotate. Heavy. We're heavy, heavy, heavy. Nice. Positive rate, gears up. Flaps coming up. Get out of here. Props coming back. Fucking gear's not working. Yeah, I knew the nose well door's shut, but look at the paint. Bunch of paint issues. Alright, bringing the prop back, loading up the engines. Alright, so we want to go to, let's go to military. We find military 600 is the freak on military, so let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, 355 heading, so we need to turn right, 355, 12 miles, be 5 minutes, will be less than that once we turn there. 355 heading, now we'll roll out, a little bit early on the roll out there. 355, there we go. Check our temps. Still coming up, but we're pretty good. 150 knots. I'm not at max efficiency. Let's go to max efficiency. But there's gonna be no autopilot in this. Want to be able to hand fly this sucker. You know, I'm torn a little bit with, for example, some people are talking today about how, like, it sucks when the devs take away, things like, for example, the old filters. I don't know, I'm kind of torn on it. One thing is, I kind of use the example of they used to have an option in the option menu that you could make it so you had to, that essentially the fuel was infinite in your base and it would just essentially charge you for fuel. And then they changed it so that you had to fill your base. And so I used to always toy with the idea of, I'll shut that option off so that I'm forced to have to go get fuel. And then I'd get lazy, and I would end up just, letting the base buy the fuel in the base. And now that I'm forced to do it, I think it's fun to have to, like, manage your fuel as well. But, I also think, you should always give people the option of how they want to play. So it's kind of a torn issue on that. It's sometimes, you kind of have to twist people's arms to get them to do something to realize that, this is fun. It's like, somebody who's like, I don't like seafood, and then they have some seafood, and they're like, I like seafood. You kind of have to twist their arm to get them to do it. But, so I'm kind of torn on that. But, so it's like some people were like, they should make the pressure mechanics optional. I'm like, nah, I don't know, man. The other thing, too, is you can't have two versions of the game where they have to update both versions of the game. And then you're like, okay, so we have to... So what that would cause is every time they had an update, they'd have to fix both versions, which is too much work. And then you would have to download both on your computer so that when you select a flip switch on your map, it would choose whether or not you have the pressure mechanics. I think it's a better thing to make people just like, hey, dude, got to learn the pressure mechanics. It's part of the game, learn the pressure mechanics, Because they're really not that challenging. I think a lot of people are just, that doesn't interest them, but, Because, you know, the sky is falling. People were out earlier in discussions, and they were talking about how, oh, you know, the game's not dead, it's in a coma. And it's like, dude, you know, because they're like, the workshop isn't as vibrant as it used to be. Well, of course it isn't. You know, some people don't build their own stuff. Other people have stuff that they're converting. A lot of people are waiting for the devs to stop tinkering and get the balance done before they go back to building. And then you have people like me who are playing and enjoying the pressure update and coming out with tutorials, and eventually people are going to see, oh yeah, you know, because a lot of people were on hold. They like to do oil drilling, they couldn't do fracturing, they thought it was impossible, and until the devs fix the bugs, they can't do it. And then I put out the tutorial showing, yeah, you can do it, and it's actually pretty easy. So I think some people are going to get back on board once they kind of understand that, yeah, you can do these things, and they're not all that challenging, you know. You know, a lot of people just don't have the chemistry and the physics background to be able to do some of these things, you know, so they need people like myself to have tutorials on how to do it, or else it doesn't work, you know. And so, you know, I think it's the same thing. You'll hear this all the time. Oh, the game's dead, the game's dead, the game's dead. No, it isn't. You know, were there some popular builders who left? Yeah. But new builders came. You know, there are going to be some builders who started the game today who are going to be the new popular builders in the future. You know, every game has its attrition where people come and go, you know, and, you know, frankly, the people who kind of can take some change, I think, are better to have hanging around anyways, because they're going to be the ones willing to, you know, work on their builds, you know. So, gotta fix the gear, figure out what's up with that. Could be just an electrical issue or something. So let's go full prop. Hopefully we don't overheat. I'm going to be bringing the thrust back as I bring the prop up. So I need to start trimming. I need to get trimmed out for final so that I can not trim while I'm trying to run my throttle. So as we do pitch power configuration change, so I'm actually going to stay around 100 here, and then I'm going to dump my flaps in. My flaps are progressive, so I can select them all in. They won't all go in at once. They'll take a second to come in. And then we're going to need some down trim because the flaps are giving us more lift, so we need to change that. Yeah, because I'm loving the pressure mechanics, and they're not that challenging. It's like, you know, Citrus was saying yesterday, and I was saying, it's like, I pulled a build that was over a year old, and it works, no problem. You know, and it's like, none of my module engines had any problems throughout. Steam, absolutely. There are a lot of problems with Steam. Definitely. There are some cooling problems, absolutely. But the game is far from unplayable, I would say, you know. Gave it a goose of power there. You notice how the plane rolled to the right? We're going to go around. You notice how the plane rolled to the right? That's because the engines both rotate the same direction. You know, and as a pilot, you anticipate these things. So I expected that as I powered up, the plane starts rolling right, and I just give it some aileron on the left. Yep, that's the thing. You know, like Daniel said, and what if it's challenging? We need some challenge. That's the thing is, you know, there are some people who play this game to just use other people's workshop stuff, and there's nothing wrong with that. They want to play this as a drive around, shoot 'em up, fly around game. That's fine, but that is not what the point of the game is. The game is a building game. And it's perfectly fine if you play a game not the way that it is intended to be played. That's fine. We all do that to a certain extent. But the problem is then to expect the game to be catered to that small niche of what it's not supposed to be. You know, and the game is a building game. And so at its core, it's a building game. And that's what keeps people around, is that it's a building game. You know, it doesn't have a great story. It's not its purpose to have a great story. It's not supposed to have really in-depth missions. Would it be great if it did? Yeah, but that's not its purpose. Purpose is to be a really good building and engineering game. And you have some people who have no intention of building, no intention of engineering, and, you know, they're going to be left wanting because you know, they quote unquote can't build themselves. Well, they can, but they don't want to, and that's fine. But you need to understand that when you don't participate in what the game's about, then of course, you know, you're not gonna, you know, get the full potential of it. A little fast here, but I'm gonna stick the landing here. Start dropping some speed off. Perfect. Okay. A little bit of a forward slip there. All right, brake, brake, brake. Forward slips when you dip the wing and you use a little rudder. That helps you slow down. All right, nice. So this is working well. The throttle's a little bit too sensitive. So this is what this plane would be doing. We did not overheat. I do have to play with the heating here. So like right now, cooling is a little bit of a problem. I've been doing a bunch of testing. You know, you need enormous cooling setups to get reasonable cooling. You know, cooling's not something you can throttle with a valve. You have to get good flow rates to get good cooling like before. I think they do need to work on that. It would not surprise me if they are. There are plenty of bug reports, and when they come out with their weekly update for fixes, they've been doing a lot. It wouldn't surprise me if that's on their to-do list. Likely the bugs that are still hanging around from the pressure update are the more challenging ones to fix, so will take longer to fix. You know, they fix some of the simple ones. Balancing is something that, you know, takes a while, you know. It doesn't really, you know, we're 6 days away from 2 months from the major update. The major update was the one that changed most of the stuff. You know, I keep seeing people saying that, oh, it was the space DLC that caused them to do pressure. No, it was the major update. They planned on that. That was an asked for feature. It was a major update. Yes, it coincided with space. Why? So we could have airlocks and stuff like that for space. But it was, the two went along together. That's why they were released the same day, is the two went together. But my engine shutting off. It is. It's just slow. Okay. It is. It's just slow. I don't have any sort of braking mechanism on there, so that's why. Alright, so... Holy mother. The door's right at the propeller. Gotta be careful of that. Okay, that's... They should probably be suicide doors then. I almost walked into the old Johnny. But, so yeah, I'm digging this plane. So this will spawn at the beginner base there. And this will take this up. So if we look on the map. I might not have, no, I do have resource trading on this. So that's $6. Okay, so this is 2,000 liters. So that's $12,000 we have sitting in this plane of fuel. So that's $12,000 of money sitting in here. So that's a good bit of cash for us to be able to do this. You know, so this is going to be a good money maker. So we'll be able to fly out to the oil rig, fill the pallet, or I'll put a pallet on a truck, bring it back, and we'll put it in this plane. And each trip up here will be worth $12,000. So that starts to really become useful money-wise. Let me see. Yeah, but the game is meant to be challenging. There are so many games that are easy mode, you know, and it drives me nuts when people want to take the gem and they want to get rid of the gem and make it the same. It's like, no, 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 no. This is its own thing. Let it be its own thing. If you want a simple game, go play Space Engineers. You know, go play Brick Rigs. Go play those. Those are their own thing. You know, this is a gem because it's willing to say, hey, we're going to attract fewer people to play our game because we're going to actually make you have to engineer in our engineering game. It's not going to be like Space Engineers where I put a battery anywhere on there and it just runs. You have to connect your batteries. You have to come up with systems. You know, you have to actually program your engine. You don't just put an engine on there. Like I keep seeing some people ask for, oh, like they should just make a GPS block. And what they mean is they want a GPS like in a car, that there's a block and it just tells you where you are and has a moving map. No, that's not what this game is. If you want that, here, I'll show you how to get that. I'll show you how to get that right now. It's not hard. You come to the workshop. Moving map. All right, you come in here. Hey, look, navigational map by Tajin. Look at that, beautiful. Somebody did it for me. The person who enjoys making this stuff made this, you know. That's how you do that. And oh, you want an interactive multifunctional map? There it is. You can do that. You can do it yourself, or if you don't want to. Like, I've never built a radar because radars are challenging. I don't want to get into the lure of it. It doesn't, it's not as enough reward for me to go in and do it, and I don't know enough to do it quickly. But you could go in here and you could do an interactive Lua map there. You could, this one's, you could get that one. It's easy if you want to go do that. So it's like the people asking for the easy mode, you could do that. And oh, I don't like building. Okay, you don't like building? Well, what do you want? I want a truck. Okay, go in here, get a truck. Hey, look at all these trucks people built. You can just download it. There's a Carnival. You want a truck like this? Download it. It's Carnival, Ollie, and Matthew Jam. But you could download that and use somebody else's truck. You don't need to do it yourself if you don't want to, but the game should not be simplified and destroyed, as far as I'm concerned, to make it easier or simpler when you can always just go to the workshop and get the thing you wanted. And that's the thing is it's like they want to build, but they don't want to actually build, and it's like, you don't have to. You want a component, you don't want to build your own autopilot, you can download one. So it's that's the gem of this game is it's you actually have to engineer, and there are very few games like this where you actually have to do that work, and so I don't think they should destroy this game to do that, and simplify it. The thing that makes this different is the fact that that you have to do those things. And I think it's the wrong course of action to try to, kind of destroy that to do it. But unfortunately, I've been in the discussions today, reading them. I haven't been participating. But all right, that's good. Let's see, where else do we need? This needed paint down here. These are pain in the ass to get painted. All right, something's up with my gear. So let's go through, let's do an electrical check. So we have doors, we have pivot. We're coming up here to that's the connected bus. Okay, so that should be powered. Did I not merge it? I merged it. The gear panel's back in, right? There's a gear panel. Yeah. Okay, did I change this to channel 2 or did I forget? I forgot to change it to channel 2. So that would be why our gear wasn't working. That's fine. Okay. Let's update that. Read a little chat. I'm going to go grab a drink and go to the bathroom. But let's read some chat. Yeah, so that's, that came off of Daniel's comment of, what if it's challenging? That's the whole point is like, I remember when I first started this game, I was listening to a simple New Jersey challenge where not challenge, tutorial, and the topic was simple. It was simple logic, and I couldn't wrap my head around it. I'm like, oh my God, this is brutal. And I sat down, and I thought about it, and I did something simple. And yay, that clicked and made sense. And then you start getting better and better and better and better. And you got to put in the effort to get good at this game. And that's what makes it, that's how I can get 5,000 hours in this game, is because it's challenging, you constantly try to get better and better and better. And there's no cheat. You got to spend the time. Yep, and that's the thing that I love about this game. It's like I was thinking, oh, it'd be cool to play a little bit of Kerbal. I miss Kerbal, and I'm like, you know what would annoy me to no end in Kerbal is the ability to, oh, I can't change my cockpit how I want it. Oh, I don't want that gauge there. Well, too bad. It's got to be there. And that's what is awesome about this game is I can put the gauge wherever I want. You saw if you watched the beginning of this episode, you saw how long I spent just moving shit around the cockpit over and over and over and over again because it was important to me to put it where it needed to go. And that's an important thing, and that's something that gets lost in those games. Is the taking the time to actually, put things where they belong. I'm glad I didn't do that again. Okay, I was all right. So it was here is when I did that last, and then I got to change it over to brush there. Okay. I thought I did a bunch of color swap. I didn't, so. Color swap's dangerous. You know, that's kind of, you know, I kind of get bummed or annoyed a little bit when, like, they want to take the part of the game that makes this a diamond in the rough and get rid of it to simplify it and make it what other games are. It's like, go play the other games, you know? It's like those other games have their features, and this game has its features, and the features that are in this game are unique that, you know, and a lot of, and that's the risk of this game, and that's what I like is that they're willing to take that risk and say, you know, we could get a bigger audience if we made the game super simple and you just plug a battery on and people would play for like a month and then give it up and hey, we got their money. That's a money grab. You know, it's like some of the same people are accusing this game being a money grab. It's like make it a challenging physics game is not a money grab. It's there are very few people who will stick around and play that type of game, and it's like, you know, there are some games you could make that are more conducive to a money grab type of situation where it's, you know, where you can jump in one day and jump out, and like there's no real sticking for you because you don't have to learn anything. You know, you just plug it in, and anybody can build. It's like, yeah, well, anybody can build in this game too. You just have to take the time to learn how to do it. You know. All right, there we go. That's better there. All right. See what else? There were some other things sticking out to me that needed to be done. Oh, that's a XML block. That's gonna be a pisser to paint that. This here needed to be painted. All right, good. This is shaping up pretty nicely. Let's save this really quick. I'm gonna go. What happened to my Muska Muska? Have I really been on that long? No. I just paused it. Okay, I thought it was it's like this is a 4.5 hour mix. I was like, I haven't been on for 4.5 hours. All right, so this should be ready for a career build series. Let's go ahead, and I think everything's hooked up. Cooling could be still an issue. You notice we made it fine. I was monitoring temp the whole time. I'm going to use my own advice. Remember, I was saying the other day, if you're frustrated by the current state of cooling, don't be. Click on the custom menu, shut it off. They are working on it. They are balancing. They are taking feedback from the bug tracker. Things are going to get changed. Instead of ripping your builds apart and frustrating yourself, if you enjoy ripping your builds apart, I like redoing my stuff sometimes, and then, something changed, I'll redo it again. It doesn't bother me, you know. It really doesn't. And so, for me, it's not a big deal. If it is a big deal to you, go ahead, click on shut off engine overheating. It's not a big deal. Shut it off, play, enjoy the game. You know, ranting and getting frustrated is not fun for you, right? It can't be fun to just go around ranting all day. I do it sometimes. But shut off engine overheating. This custom menu is beautiful for alleviating frustration. You know, if engine overheating is currently bugging you and none of your raw water cooling systems and you don't feel like updating your build, don't. Click on engine overheating and enjoy the game. And then in a couple weeks, if they, you know, Friday, this is update week, so Friday is update week. Now let's quickly look at the updates while I load in the save. So we're going to load up the career build series save here. And I'll go ahead and we'll look at the updates here. So like we look at last week's update here. That was announcement week. So let's look at the fixes here. This is what they've been doing every week is we've been getting balances, right? This is balance, 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 balance. Fix, 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 fix. Okay. Now, just because your fix or your desired fix or balance wasn't in doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It takes time. They also have to say which one's important, you know, and one that might be important to you might not be important to other people, and so it might come, but later. You know, we have fix, 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 fix. We have balance stuff there, balance, 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 rework. Fix, 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 fix. You know, it's coming. Just, you know, until it comes, you kind of have to be patient. You know, the bug tracker is full of these things people want. Some things are absolutely bugs. Some things are just, they're here to stay. You know, they're not going to just completely get rid of pressurization because of that. So it's here to stay. You know, but things are going to get tuned and tweaked, and eventually they'll get it tuned it. You know. See, I play this game to build things. Okay, yeah, I read that from Zaki. So I wonder why they don't use counter-rotating engines in planes. They don't do it because it's overly expensive. I was talking about this a little bit yesterday, Aaron. So, like, here, let me grab Piper Seminole. Piper Seminole. Okay. So here's a Piper Seminole. This is what I did my multi-engine flight training in Piper Seminole. Now, Piper Seminole, both engines rotate inward, so they're counter-rotating like that. The problem is this. All right, so here it is right here. It's actually in the first sentence. So Piper Seminole has a Lycoming O360 E1A6D engine. The right-hand engine is a Lycoming LO360 E1A6D. So where's the E1A6D variant? Which turns the opposite direction and makes the aircraft more controllable. So this feature eliminates the critical engine. That's the reason why trainers will do it. It's actually pretty dangerous to have a critical engine in a low-powered airplane. The problem is this. Let's say you own a fleet of these planes. Well, that means you have to have the left-hand and the right-hand engines sitting on the shelf. And certain parts are only going to work for the left-hand engine. Certain parts are only going to work for the right-hand engine. So let's find a Cessna 410. Cessna 410 should have both turn in the same direction. Was it 410? What is it? I thought it was Cessna 410. Let's see. Cessna when. Trying to find one that 310 I think has a critical engine. I think a 310. Let's find a 310. It's 420 maybe. I can't remember what it is. 402. Cessna 402. Pretty sure the Cessna 402. Okay, Cessna 402 is what I was thinking of. It's a 310 and a 402. All right, Cessna 402. Let's look at the engines. I think this one has both turning the same way. They should be turning the same way because for maintenance reasons. Trainers will have them both turn counter. The problem is you have to have two different engines. So you have to have a crank designed to go the opposite direction. And so now you so especially in airplanes it's very expensive. For example, to do an overhaul in this airplane, let's see, Cessna 402 engine overhaul cost. There we go. So here's an engine overhaul for a Cessna 402. Okay, let's see. Cessna 402 right here. So this is a labor vibrator fuel hose total estimate right there off of 402. So it's $12,000 per engine, okay, for the overhaul. So one thing that you'll often do with these is let's say you're going to have to overhaul the engine. Well, instead of having the engine overhauled, right, you might have them pull the engine and put a new engine in, and then they trade the engine. So you pay for the trade, they put a new engine in, and they pull the overhaul out, they overhaul that engine, and then they put it on their shelf, and when somebody needs to trade an engine, you now have one that's overhauled and ready. So it costs you $12,000 for an overhaul, okay? So what was the, I don't have any Piper Seminoles in here. This is, there is Piper Seminole, PA-28. No, that's an Arrow. What is the Seminole? Piper, oh, shit, I just had it. Seminole. PA-44, PA-44. Let's see, PA-44. PA-44, where you at there, guy? 46? 46. They don't have a Seminole in here. So I'm curious if this is one of the reasons why the overhaul is higher. Is let's see, that's a 310. What's a PA? See if the Seminole has another. I don't see any Seminole on there, so that's not really helpful. Yeah, I don't see any. They're all PA-44s. They don't have the overhaul price here. Let's see, PA-44 overhaul cost. That's a Robinson. Yeah, it's not going to be apples to apples. But anyways, the problem you're running into is when the engines are turning counter, you have to have two different engines. So if your left engine has a problem, you can't take parts from your right engine. So like, let's say you want to have two crankshafts sitting on the shelf for maintenance. And so if the left engine goes down, you can pull either crankshaft. Now, if you have counter rotating, if the left engine goes down, you need a left engine crankshaft. If the right engine goes down, you need a right engine crankshaft. If both engines are the same, they have part commonality. If they're not, they don't have part commonality. And that leads to excess cost. And so, like, you might, if you're looking for an engine for a 402, you can put the engine in either side. If you're looking for a PA44 engine, you can only put the left one in the left and the right one in the right. So that's a problem. Let's say, people are like, let's say the right engine has a defect. Well, that means you can't just swap out parts. The right engine has a defect. Well, now you're screwed. Where before, if, you had one, it was the same engine, things could get fixed a little bit better. So it's, that's the main thing. Let me check, let me see if this has engines on it. 402 developed non-pressurized twin piston engine. I'm trying to find the actual engine. Okay, turbocharged Continental, constant speed, fully feather. This Wikipedia page is not as good. Let's see, Cessna 402 critical engine. Trying to see if it says it. I'm not getting good results on this, but the long and the short of it is, in an ideal world where you didn't have to worry about maintenance costs and other things like that, yes, it would be better to have counter-rotating engines. In real life, though, it is better to have one engine for both sides so that the engines are not different. That's kind of that's the reason why they don't do it, is cost. It costs a ton of extra money to have two different engines on a plane. Embraer 145 has the exact same engine. So, Embraer 145 has the same engine. The left engine is the same as the right engine. So if let's say this engine's up for overhaul, right? You send it to maintenance. They pull the engine, they put it on the shelf for an overhaul. They take any engine in the place and they put it back on. So they have an engine that's freshly overhauled. Like I was talking about with if you had two different engines. So let's say this one was on an overhaul, you put it on the shelf. Well, you might only have one left engine left on the shelf. You might have 20 rights. So you're paying to store 20 right engines on the shelves because nobody needs them. And it just happens that, that you're real short on left. So you're going to pay out the ass. If the engines are identical, you can pull them either one. If you have a compressor or a accessory gearbox that turns the opposite direction because the engine turns the opposite direction, well, now the accessory gearbox in the left one's different than the right one. So that's the reason they do it, is you want part commonality, so you don't want to have two different engines for it. So, all right, I'm going to quickly hit the head and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. And so the problems also compound too, where, for example, if you have a left engine and a right engine that are different, you also need to have a left and right propeller. So now you're putting a bunch of extra propellers on the shelf in the maintenance bay in case your left engine goes out. And then you have to have a different engine, different propeller in case your right engine goes out. So you end up with a situation where you just have all these extra parts sitting around, which is like, these parts are very expensive. And so you just have all these parts sitting around in the event that one side goes and the other side doesn't. So that's why they don't do it, is it's just super expensive. So most commercial aircraft, the engines are the same for that money-saving reason. So that's why, Aaron. Let's see. I don't know what Unknown is saying here. Let's see. There's no other comments. I don't understand the context of that. Yeah, swappability. See, air truck. Yeah, I love the air truck. Why is it after Okay. Mid-sized boat, and the RPM is about 20. Why does it, after 30 seconds or a time in between lowers and lowers RPS, even if I'm stopped to build an extra airport to use? I have no clue. You gotta go to build help in the Discord. Somebody can help you there. Could be a p-value thing. Yeah, truth. Yeah, that's the thing, like Daniel's talking, is the challenging games are when you can rack up time. You know, I still have more time. Actually, I might have surpassed it in, let's see what I have in Stormworks right now for hours. 5509. So I still have more time in Tarkov than I have in Stormworks. And the reason I can play Tarkov for all these years is it is difficult. It is challenging. When I win a fight, it's because I have experience and I have tactics and I've spent the time to learn how the game works. And you know what? I don't have the reflexes of a 20-year-old anymore, but I don't need to, because I can use my map knowledge, I can use my game knowledge, I can use my patience, I can, for example, like if somebody has an MP7, which is really deadly close quarters submachine gun, and I have a AK-104 with a 4x scope on it, I will run away and I will get to a longer range. So now I have the advantage. And so that game is more challenging, it's more rewarding. So when you win a fight because you use better tactics, it feels good. When you're in COD and it's just W key the whole time, yeah, it's fun to play for a little while, and then it's like, nope, no thanks, I'm done. Like, I liked BattleBit a lot. I enjoyed playing BattleBit with my brother, but it was a W key game where the tactics weren't there, and so sometimes the challenge is what makes something rewarding. If something's easy, it's not rewarding, you know. It's difficult for me. Yeah, once they kind of balance out cooling, I will do a tutorial. I did do a bunch of testing, but I'm waiting to finish that up. All right, we're just gonna go with the oil I have now. Or the jet fuel. Okay, it's just finished. It was close to finishing. All right, good. Let's go. All right, so I have my... Oh. All right, let's see. Where's my personal fuel? Good, we're good. All right. How's it going there, Variante? I don't know if it really, it does to a certain extent. The wind will, the wind will push a little bit differently. Mainly, the main things is getting your thrust lined up with your center of gravity, your center of lift lined up with your center of gravity. That's the main thing with planes in this game. You know, a lot of it is very intuitive. You know, like, for example, with Cap Air Jet, I was having issues where the, where the deck angle was too low. And, you know, flaps add a lot of drag. The game doesn't add enough drag when you go full deflection. So I add anti-flap on there, and it works beautifully. It flies exactly like the jets that I've flown. You know, so it is pretty intuitive, the aerodynamics. Momentum is not really there, which, you know, I think, you know, some people have probably done some air density testing games, some water density. Sure, they use it as a catch-all that the density is, and it's you know, I'm kind of sick of hearing the refrain of, oh, the air is soup and the water is concrete, you know. But at the end of the day, the main thing to me, at least, is momentum. Is, you know, the stuff is very light compared to what it does IRL, you know, and you know, you need a higher air density because the blocks are heavier than they'd be IRL, you know. And so yes, things are off, but you can absolutely build some aircraft to behave, you know, pretty damn realistically. But, you know, the shape doesn't matter too much. You're not getting all that much drag off the surfaces. You get drag off control surfaces, you know. And I think it's a good thing because that allows you to build, you know, if you made the game too realistic in that sense, very few people would be able to build anything. You know, by making it, it's all about approachability here. So see how this is buckled? That's because I have one rear axle. If I had a twin screw on this, it wouldn't buckle as much. This is a pretty heavy trailer for this, but this truck's still doing damn good. This is 17,000 liters. So, you know, you're talking a good 20,000 kilograms, probably. The oil, yeah, the oil will be less. Yeah, it'll be 17 and change. I'm trying to add in the weight of the trailer too, so maybe 20,000 kilograms total trailer weight. So that's pretty damn good for a truck that's this small. So it's actually performing pretty well. You know, the benefit too is, like, again, if they made this game ultra realistic, that would be cool for a lot of people, but it would also ruin it for a lot of people. Like, if you want to make a fantasy build, you now can't, because the game will not allow it, because that's fantasy. And Kerbal kind of did this. Was Kerbin, the Earth allegory in Kerbal, is much smaller than Earth, and that means the gravity is much less on Kerbin than it is on Earth. And the benefit of this is that you can do cool things like SSTOs. You still want to do a Saturn V? You can do it. But you can also do things that would never be possible in real life because the gravity well, you know. And that's kind of the same thing with this game. Is let's check our jet for. So 2138. 2138 something. Oh, jet. I took diesel. Okay, I grabbed diesel. So that was diesel. Okay. That was correct. I'm pretty sure it was. Let me load the save. I'm not 100% right now. But that's you know, that's the benefit of having the game not be ultra realistic. You know, one thing I'd like to see in not Stormworks 2 is I would like to see them have different blocks. So I'd like to see them have a foam block. I would like to see them have an aluminum block. I would like to see them have a steel block. So, of course, the steel block is going to be very strong, very heavy. The aluminum block is going to be light and weak. The foam block is going to be very weak and very light. And so if you wanted to make an ultralight, you make a foam block. But if you tap that wing on anything, it disintegrates and it's gone. It's dead. Like, I don't even care. Like, some people want this. They want, like, disintegratable things and that. I think people greatly underestimate. Okay, that was correct. People greatly underestimate how hard it is to do that. It is incredibly hard for a game to make destructive physics that's not a mess, because you take a thing, you shed it into all of its parts, and then the game has to render that. You know, talk about lag. You know, then you have to have deformable parts. It's incredibly tough to do, and that's why most games don't do it like this. You know, and it's fine for a game like, say, Star Citizen. Star Citizen, to a large extent, they're faking it, which is fine for that game because you're not building your own ship. In this, we have to build our own ship, so each block has to have different deformable states, and it needs to revert to one solid mass to keep it optimized. Then it has to divert to all these different broken parts. So that's why I think a lot of them do that. Yeah, mostly maintenance swappability, yeah. Yeah, like the marine stuff, you figure, I don't, the marine, it's not, because a lot of marine stuff, it depends. Of course, you have, like if you have a tugboat, there's enough differential between the engine spacing that you could run into problems. One of the main reasons they do it for trainers, like I was saying, is the critical engine. Let's see if I can find a good graphic for critical engine. Because I don't want to have to make it. All right, so here's some stuff for critical engine. So like in an airplane, let's see. So like so this is your the difference between your critical engine and your not critical engine. This one rotates and puts air over the tail. This one doesn't. So one of them is going to cause issues with the air going over the tail. By having so here we go. Here's a better picture of it here. So you can see this one comes over and it hits the tail. This one goes over and it doesn't hit the tail. They're both rotating. In this case, what are they going? They got to be going right. They got to be right turning, I think. Clockwise screws. If the air will move opposite. And so this one has a critical engine. Okay. The like a Seminole doesn't have. So here's a better picture. This is from like the actual manual. You can see the thrust. So this is putting a lot of thrust, a lot of airflow over your elevators. This one is not. This one's putting less. So you're getting more elevator effectiveness from this one than you are from this one. So it gives you a critical engine. The instructor, when I went to the airlines in training, one of the guys in class asked which one's the critical engine on a jet. There was no critical engine on a jet. And so the instructor just walked away. And he's like, and like all of us are like, what are you talking about, dude? And he's like, what? One of the engines has to be more critical than the other. Demonstrating he had no clue what he was talking about. The instructor just walked away. It was pretty funny. There we go. Let's open up. This one's pretty good. We'll go over this for just another second. But you can see, so the inoperative engine's the critical engine. This one was pushing airflow over here. This one's now off, pushing no airflow, and it's causing us to go to the left. So very dangerous. But that's why they do it. In trainers, it's very dangerous. You're gonna, I showed yesterday how you'll VMCA and you'll go up and over, and you'll land upside down and smash. When commercial aircraft, they tend to be more powerful, so you can use one engine, you can get back to the runway. Often in like a Piper Seminole, if you lost one engine, you may not be able to make it back unless the conditions are right. If you're at high altitude, you're not making it back. Like on a cold day in Florida, I could probably land us at an airport with one engine. At a hot day in Denver, I probably would end up in the trees. But I put it in the trees. As a professional pilot, you put it in the trees and you try to make it as you land the best you can. The problem is amateurs will get scared. They'll VMCA instead of going into the trees, and now they go upside down inverted nose first into the ground at very high speed instead of into the trees at 90 knots, which is much more survivable. And so that's what you got to worry about. All right, so we have diesel. Let's see where we can go with our diesel. Because we're not going to go up here anyway, because this base cost us 90 grand, and so we're not going to go there anyway. Let's see where we want to take some. We could go here, so let's do that. We're going to fly the diesel pallet, and we're going to fly it up to Dremore, which I'm going to buy. We're going to put the fuel in Dremore, and then we can take it over here and sell it. That would be about 60 grand. Is what that diesel's worth. So that's 60 grand in that tanker. So that's big money there. So we're going to do that. And that will pay for the base. All right, so let's do that. Let's grab the pallet. There were a bunch of planes that we used to, it's called Dr. Killers. And they're called Dr. Killers because a doctor would have the money to afford to buy the plane. You know, not all of them, but some of them, you know, would be a little bit cocky because they, you know, oh, I'm a doctor. And the problem is they didn't have the experience to operate that plane. And so they would buy a plane that they had no business being in. That they were, you know, they were professional. It would be like a pilot going and saying, oh, I can do surgery because I'm a pilot. No, you can't. You know, the surgeon can do surgery. You're a pilot. You can, you know, pilot. And so it's the same type of thing. And so you would have these doctors end up killing themselves because they had an airplane that was way over their head, that they had no business being in. You know, that was not their expertise. And so they would get a plane that was way out of their depth, and they would hurt themselves in it. And so the doctors used to always love to buy the biggest and the best, and so they would buy a twin-engine plane, VMCA it right into the ground, because they would panic at the last moment. They didn't have the experience in it that a commercial pilot would have. You know, so it's, you kind of have to know your own discipline, and you know, it's I have a lot of respect for expertise, you know, and it's, you know, it's like, it's not my job to tell the doctor what to do, and it's not the doctor's job to tell me what to do in my expertise, you know. We each have our own field. All right, so that's going in there. All right, so nice. So this plane is in good shape to be used. So I'm kind of glad I got this done pretty quickly, which was kind of the plan. Let's just quickly check, make sure this is full. It should be. But I do like having these little off-field planes. They're kind of fun. Try to read some chat while I'm doing this. It's going to be harder when I'm flying. All right, didn't color that. All right, good. We got 2,200 liters of diesel in here. So, you know, that's a good $6,000 right there. And we'll go stick it in Dremore. We could take the train at some point, too. All right, so let's check all our options here. Infinite electricity, let's get no clip off. I want those off. Vehicle damage. Engine overheating, we're going to leave on. If we get a problem where it's a little bit too much, I will shut it. What's going on here? Why do we have problems here? Okay. What the hell's going on here? Gotta be shitting me. What's going on with this thing? I literally just had this running. Where are we at here, RPM? I literally just had this friggin' thing running. Did I break a connection somewhere for fuel? I don't think I did. I literally just flew this thing. How? I literally just flew this. I don't know why it's ballsed up now. What the hell just happened? I have plenty of diesel, so it's not like I ran out of diesel in the base. There's diesel in the hips here. Let's check it. I just looked at my fuel. I have 128, you know, something, 128 liters in each side. What the fuck is going on with this engine? Clutches. The clutches were fine. Yeah, we just flew. Just flew. Everything merged. Everything's merged. I'm at a loss of what's going on here. All right. Check to make sure. Yep, that took the right amount of fuel. This should be full. The tank should be full. Let's see what's up here. So, fuel is 128 gallons a side. That's gallons, yeah. 128 gallons a side. Master power, avionics on. What is going on? I literally just flew this frickin' thing. I shouldn't have stopped it. We'll see you later there, Rasmus. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being a member again. Appreciate that. Okay. Let me leave this on for a second, see what's going on here. That's good. Flaps. Battery is fine. Let's turn on infinite electricity. Nope, it's not that. Okay, we're up and running now after I... Okay, it's dying now with... So it's a fuel problem. Alright. Did I accidentally delete something? May have. Did I delete something that it needs? Okay, that's right there. Okay, it comes up here. Okay, it goes up there. I did not do anything with the fuel. Okay, fuel comes down in here. Right there, comes in. We have a liquid. That's liquid relief valve. Okay, yep, that's fluid valve there. This is full. That's spawner of diesel. That's meter. It's reading it. Did I punch a hole in here that I didn't know? It wouldn't be reading if I punched a hole in there, so it's not that. We literally just flew with this and it worked, so I don't know what the hell the story is here. This is being a pain in the ass here. Could be an exhaust issue. Let's check that. Did I delete the exhaust? No, exhaust is still plumbed in right there. So we still have exhaust. Air is the only other thing it could be. Air is right here. That plugs in there. We have air there. Okay. Scoop. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. It's friggin' obnoxious. These scoops, if it's raining, they won't work. So, the game's raining a little, I think. So let's test it. Probably the scoops. So let's try that, see if that's it. Alright, so what we're going to do here is go in. We're up and running now. Okay. It's the scoops, which is obnoxious. Alright, it's just the scoops. There is an issue with the scoops and that. What is going on now with this? That needs power to be fixed. I guess I didn't do a full test with it all the way off here. How did all this shit get unplugged? This stuff was not unplugged before. Okay. Bunch of shit got unplugged. I don't know how. I got the pallet in there now. I'm gonna save it anyways. I'll delete the pallet out later. So I bet it's the scoops. It's obnoxious because the scoops should be filtered to take in air only. The scoops are currently, if it rains, the scoops will go. Like some people have told me no, and then like you shut the rain off and it works magically. So hear that going? Okay. There's wind. Wind. As soon as I did the wind slider, it fixed it. Pain in the ass. The scoops. Might have to take the scoops out. Maybe I'll supercharge it at some point. Or just do a regular airport. Okay. Are we ready to get out of here? Let's get out of here. Let's go up to Draymore. What's Draymore? Draymore is 635. Okay, 635. Viewer display cap. There we go. Alright, 635 is in there. We're talking a bearing of 001, 11 nautical miles. Okay, good. Let's make sure everything else is set here. Vehicle damage is on, that's off. Good, good. Let's go. And there we go. We're heavy. We are heavy, people. I didn't go full throttle either, but there we go. Alright, landing lights off. There's all that oil from me spilling some jet, so it looks like it's being cleaned up slowly with my cleaner there. So, right, so northerly heading, coming over for 360. So gears working, a little paint there on the doors for the gear doors. There's a AI boat. I'm gonna go back into max efficiency here. It's not a long flight, it's 5 minutes, so no point in burning a lot of fuel when we're trying to make money here, so. 358 heading, so we need to come left a little bit. There's a 358. Bingo. Air scoop has issues with rain and wind. So I've had it before where the rain caused it. I've had issues. It could just be wind, I'm not sure, but rain or wind is causing the problems. You know, you can test it by shutting off the, you can override the weather and drag them all to 0, and you notice the engine started right up, so. Could be wind, that if it's blowing backwards, we're not able to get any air in there. I haven't really tested it all that well, but I've had issues before with it, so. All right, we'll be there in 4 minutes. Yeah, you can add a gas relief valve. The problem is I don't have any. If it's wind, gas relief valve's not going to work. If it isn't, the problem is I don't have the space for it. So. All right, so we're descending down. We're at 1006. So there's the is that volcanoes? I can't tell. 357, 357. We're 7.7 nautical miles. Nice to have a little weather. Going in here on the weather. A little bit of IFR here. Not terrible IFR, but it's a little bit of IFR weather. A little bit more trim. Again, I'm going to put no autopilot in this. No autopilot, no auto hover, none of that nonsense. It's me flying. Yeah, that's essentially what the auto hover is doing. It's like an auto trim. And, you know, it's funny. People will be like, oh, the plane flies like crap or something. It's like, no, it flies realistically, man. It's, you know, you got to trim yourself, and you want to trim yourself. You don't want the plane doing it itself. About 4 minutes out. Starting to look for it. Yeah, Tandem's got me wanting to make a turbo shaft helicopter at some point. Be kind of fun. A little bit to the right. I'm staying a little bit to the east of the heading here. You notice for 357, I'm about 7 degrees off to the west, rather. Sorry, not east-west. And the reason I'm doing that is I know the runway heading, so I want to come in to the right a little bit and do like a right base in there. So, you know, so if you notice, I have to trim in sometimes a little bit of aileron. That's for both engines turning the same way, but it's not the end of the world. I literally put in 0.01. You know, these are things you really do. You know, you got to trim your plane up. So. All right, almost 4 nautical miles. We should be seeing it pretty soon. The weather kind of got pretty bad. That's that home island that I started in the other career build series. I'm just going to pitch up just a little bit. I want to maintain about 1,000 feet. I don't want to stay up too high. The map is very small. We started running into problems where the you know, the map being very small, I can't really maintain normal altitude. They're going to be a little bit lower because my distance is short. We're down three nautical miles away. I'm a little bit again pointed west. If I could remember the runway heading, I think it's a 020. When this bearing hits 020, I want to turn right. So I believe it's 020. I'm not sure. I need to make some approach plates into these runways. I've done some of them. I haven't done all of them. So you keep on this heading until this shows the runway heading, and then you'll start to turn in. So I think it's a 020 if memory serves. So I'm waiting for this bearing to hit 020. That should line us up with the runway. So a little bit before, I'm going to turn in. So like maybe a 17. All right, there we go. And we're going to turn in 017. That was probably, I didn't do it enough, so I need to overturn here. So I'm going to keep turning. I was late. I should have done it earlier. I thought I was going to turn faster than I did. I'm going to be off now. I can't remember if that's even the runway heading. So I'm going to go past. I want to go past to like a 030 and get it to come back. Okay. So we're 1.3 nautical miles. As you can see, we're in the soup. So it might be too foggy to see the sucker. I'm going to have to change the weather if it's this bad. All right, so you notice my 026 there. I need to go back to the right. We're within 0.9. I'm going to just drop this fog. The fog's too much. Can't see anything. There it is. Hey, look at that. Instrument system. Pretty damn close, baby. I'm going to turn the fog up just a hair more. And we'll come around for a visual. So right here is where the GPS coordinates is on that. So you can see with a very basic navigation system, I can not only navigate to the airport, I could line up with the runway if I remembered what the runway heading was. So we're going to go out on an extended downwind, and we're going to come back, and we're going to land south. So I'm going to stop losing altitude here. We're going to start bringing the prop back in. Temps are good. Props coming in. And as the prop starts to come in, I'm going to start bringing the thrust back. So I'm bringing the thrust back because I don't want to actually speed up. So as the prop comes in, I want that thrust to come back out. I don't want to get slow though. All right, landing gear's coming down. Flaps are going full. I'm not even going to trim because the flaps just came in to give me a bunch of lift. And now as my power came off, right, I need to trim the nose up. As my flaps come in, I need to trim the nose down. So what I did was take the power off as I was putting the flaps in, and my trimming is minimal. I don't have to trim twice. So you kind of line those things up so you don't have to do it twice. Landing lights coming on. A little bit hard to see the runway, but we should be all right. I know where it is. So. We're very fast. I'm going to slow us down. My throttle is too sensitive. I need to fix that. Landing gear, I don't have the indicator, but we check if landing gear's down 3 green. Flaps are set. Lights are set. Clear to land. Landing checklist is complete. We're going to try to come in definitely no slower than 75. I'm going to come in a little bit hot, and then we're going to start tapping in throttle now because I need to pitch my nose up, so I'm anticipating that. I'm high, so my nose is going down, so I'm not going to retrim. I'm not going to take the power out. As soon as I pick the nose up, we're going to start to slow down. So I'm diving in. Now the nose is starting to come up, and we're going to start bleeding off speed as I pull a little bit of power. Bleed, bleed, bleed. Touchdown, nice. Brakes, 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 because I don't want to taxi all day. Go ahead and turn out. All right, good. And I just went ahead and planted it a little bit. I didn't want to float. All right, good. Let's go ahead and set the brake. 1 and 2 are coming off. Beacon, we can leave the beacon on. We'll go ahead and we'll shut the avionics off. And I'm gonna wait for the propellers to stop before I step out. So I need to put a prop brake on there. So essentially what I'll probably end up doing is I'll make it that when I shut the engine off, the alternators will go to 100%. Are they always on 100? No, the alternators are not. So what will happen is the alternators will go to 100%. That will just help slow the engines down when I shut off. Yeah, like, you know, you got good customization. You know, let me see. I'm trying to read some of this chat that's a little bit. Yeah, that's the thing is like some of the same people are asking for, you know, more realistic XYZ would never be able to build anything if they had more realistic XYZ, because they don't know enough about the thing that they're talking about to actually build that thing, and it's like. You know, be careful what you wish for sometimes. Like, do you want this game so that you have to have a degree in aviation to be able to ever build an airplane? You know, no. You know, even I wouldn't want that, you know, because it would have to be like overly precise every time you want to do anything. Let's go ahead and save real quick. Let's tug this in. I gotta get closer. Oh, there's an animal somewhere. I just heard him squeal. This is one of my few automatic vehicles. Yeah, I don't have a lot of automatic vehicles. This is one of them. This came out after my automatic transmission tutorial. I just don't like doing it. You know, it's at the end of the day, it's like, you know, I think a lot of people are never going to learn that skill, and they should. You know, learn how to use a manual transmission. You want to automate it, great. But now you know how it's supposed to work, and you can then go from there, you know. If you never learn that skill, then you really don't know what you're doing, you know. So it's kind of my hobby horse is that. Okay. You know, if people knew how the manual works, it's easy to do an automatic, you know. Let's get a pick here for the Vidya. The one I put up there wasn't great. I'll change it out. Or we'll use this for tomorrow's. Alright, there we go. I need to bring those wheels off the ground for the tow bar. That's what's causing me having problems now, is the friction of them. It's causing me problems. That's why you see it straighten out as soon as they get off the ground for a minute. I should have put the wheels all the way up. Oh, you fucker. Okay. Alright, there we go. So that should be fuel in the tanks here. Yar. Okay, good. So we got some good fuel in the tanks now. Let me read some chat. FS is back. What's happening? Make sure you're on, yeah, I assume you are, but I know being an automatic, make sure you're on high physics there, Citrus. A lot of people's issues are like, they're like, oh, my container system's not working great, I'm on medium physics. It's like, put it on high. That's the stuff that really has issues when you're not on high. I don't think the direction matters, no. Shouldn't matter, unless it's an error. Okay, good. So let's go ahead and grab, let's get a little cash. We just bought this base, so we're hurting a little on cash. Let's see. Let's do some missions. There's no point in, so we don't have a ton of diesel fuel in here. We're down to, let me fix something real quick before I screw it up. I probably already did. That's alright. I can fix it later. Yeah, I can fix it right now. Okay. I need to take... This is the most recent version. I just fixed this, so I need to fix some stuff. Okay. This is the most recent version. Let's save this. So yeah, so this plane works really well. You know, one of the reasons I like to do these diesel is the diesel is just super cheap. You know, it's cheap and it's efficient. You know, turbines really are designed to be high reliability and high altitude. And, you know, I'm just putting around low, you know, and so it's no real point in having that turbine in there. You know, this is also a good for you have another small plane. We'll see you later there, Zachy. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Yeah, A in outs directional, AB not. All right, let's go ahead and we're not gonna have that here. Let's see. See what we did get a mission somewhere. I thought. Oh, right here, right back where we were. Oh, piss right off. It's 30. Yeah, that's $3,000 to just go back down to the south. I'm not doing that. So let's see if we can get some missions around here. I do like that they put in, it's good RP that they put in another rescue service as taking care of the mission. You know, that kind of reassures you that you don't have to do it. A lot of new players are like, oh my god, you know, this mission's so far away. It's like, okay, don't do it, dude. Go lay in the bed, go get another one. You know, but they think that, for example, you might get a reputation hit. You know, I wouldn't mind having a reputation system where, for example, if you accept the mission and you fail it, you get a rep hit. But, you know, I don't think you need it for, just in general. Why is that not rotating? Oh, override time is, I meant to put it off and I must turn on. Black and white boat has an emergency. Okay, let's check it. right here. Not going to be able to do a boat with our current set. Actually, we can. Gorgeous. Okay, black and white has an emergency, 11 grand. All right, good. So this is going to be funsies here. Let's see. Those are all the EDFs. What did I call it? Here's. One of the reasons I built this. This was my test build for one of the challenges, if anyone remembers. This was, it was the 1950s land challenge, and this is what I built as my test bed. That's one reason, I like building as well, for the challenge to kind of see, not only is it testing, but it's fun to build alongside you guys, kind of see what my version is versus what your guys' version is. I think that's fun. That'd be fun. So it's like, this was what I built alongside that. But then it's like, testing's important. A lot of people won't test the rules to their challenge, and it makes it so that, you don't know if it's going to work right. What do we have in here for capacity? 2. We can make a couple runs. We have a couple seats in there. It's going to be a short trip anyways, so let's go like this. So this is one of my answers to okay, I don't have a place to spawn a boat. All right, well, you can have a truck with a trailer. So that's another kind of a cool way to do things is you have a truck and a trailer instead of having just the boat. Brakes on somewhere. I don't remember what the brake is. Park brake release right there. Okay. I don't have the magnet on. I gotta go turn that on, or we're gonna be in Shit's Creek here. Alright, there we go. Alright, we're good now. Oh, what's that in the road? What's that in the road? We have some sort of critter in the road. Murcows! Don't go in the road now. I'm coming. Stop! What are you doing, dickhead? Yeah, moo you too, sucker. I love all the people who hated the animal updates. It's like, I like them. Grouch is going to be grouching, I'll tell you that. This truck could use some work on its transmission. Not bad, but this is the hill that was on. People were talking about for the challenges. That hill is really a struggle. That can be a struggle if your stuff's not set up correctly. Take this bit a little bit slow. Again, the benefits of a manual transmission. I just downshifted to help me slow down. Downshift, and I take my hands off the keyboard. Downshift again. My hands are off the keyboard. I do not need to ride the brakes. You're not supposed to be riding the brakes. Just put it in gear, and the gears will slow you down. It's using the engine. The engine is acting as a brake. It works in the game like that. So it works in real life like that. It works in the game like that. Benefits of a manual transmission is I can do engine braking. Yeah, the animals give a lot of life. Like when I was going, when I was taking the IFA back from the, oh shit, I'm not paying attention here. I don't do well backing up a trailer in third person. Got to do it in first person here. Too much time as a tractor trailer driver to be doing it in third person. Back it up fine in first person, but third person's a mess. But yeah, they give a lot of life. Like when I was on the arid biome there, and coming back with the IFA, there were some bison, you know, and that adds some good life to the map. It's interesting, and it would not surprise me if they do something with the animals later. They generally don't just do, you know, you could say it's just for decoration, but you know, we got fish, you know, some what do you call it? Physical. Get up there, asshole. We got some physicalized fish, so it wouldn't surprise me if that's part of, or was a thought of part of the fishing update, which I think we will get at some point. Okay. Like my Chris Craft here. Okay. Do I have reverse in this? I should. It's WS? Yeah, it's WS for some reason in this boat. Okay. Okay, let's see. Alright, so it's somewhere over here in the middle, right? We're taking off this beach. So, simple. Weather sucks. I'm going to go east, north, about northeast. Do I have a compass in here? I have no compass, which that's not the best thing. But that could be a hairy situation. But we have a lot of... I can still see the roadway if I need to. I will have to watch my temp on this, because there is a reasonable chance that this is water cooled, so keep an eye on that. Water cooling's not working, and instead of bitching about it, I'll just shut it off for now. Oh, good lightning over there. Just keep an eye on my temp, but we're going to be stopping to do the mission, then we're going to head back, so it's likely that we'll probably stay pretty cool because I'll be sitting for a little while. We'll let it idle so it keeps pumping while I'm stopped. I think the main thing that's happening with water cooling is we used to be able to pull 75-75 when we were pulling through fluid ports for water cooling. So we got flow rates of 75 up, 75 down. Now it's like 10-10. So we're down a seventh of the actual fluid flow. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if they make some changes to that so that we don't have that issue, you know? All right, black and white boat somewhere in this neighborhood here. That's the, what's that, lighthouse or something? I'm sitting right behind the pillar, too, so I'm going to rotate around here. We do have a little bit of navigation aid there in the sun. That's about, you know, that's easterly. That's the bridge there. You can kind of use that as a little bit of a reference point here. You can still see the lights on my truck. See the Raptor lighthouse. So we got a little bit of nav aids here. So let's see, the whole search area could be up against any of this beach, the backside of this island, up to the where the rail tracks kind of split. So we'll get the message when we get close. We'll get the message. So 65 degrees on the engines. I would like them to get rid of the stars that are that dark color. That was kind of gross. I wish they would fix that at some point. But again, it's not a huge deal. It's not something worth playing about endlessly. Alright, so I think I'm south still. Or not south, west of where I need to be. Yeah, I'm still west of where I need to be. Coming up on temp here, I will probably kill this out. So if we look at this island here, this is that. Yep. So we're fine. So we need to go back. Actually, is that the tunnel? Nah, I can't tell. Okay, this is the split. So here's the split. If we look at the split, we'll try not to look at the map while we go through. Yep. So we need to go back this way. So a little bit of dead reckoning on this. I'm just going to go ahead and shut that off for now because this is a water-cooled boat, so could run into issues with that. I think I see something low. I thought I saw lights. Yep, right there. I just found them. Transponder's going off here. Trying to judge. I can't remember how fast this sucker steers. There it is right there in front of us. So we're still good on temp, so I do like how it contextually makes some sense. Some of these are up against the rocks, which is kind of cool, you know. So I wanna either see if my trailer will work with the boat we already have, or if I'll build another trailer. I want to build a trailer for the submarine too, so I can tow the sub around. Hello, how are you? Why is this one in the drink? Help your friend out of the drink. He's cold. Eyeball me like that, son. Yes, we're going to play the Stay Dry game. It's my favorite game to play when I do these rescues is try not to get wet. All right, let's see. Let's get a pictorial here. I use these as my desktop. My background on my desktop is the all of these, so it's kind of fun to have them pop up and have memories. It's probably dangerous to have this ding-dong with me. Let's throw them in the seat. I'll come get them again. We know where they are now. They're close. You know, these little boats are a lot of fun because they are challenging. You know, it's challenging to get something small like this to be stable and to work. And it's why I love building these small things. I just wish we would get more parts for it. I think the devs are moving in the right direction with having compound blocks that have composites. They're making things smaller. I think they are listening on that front. You know, it's an oil tanker. It takes a long time to steer, you know, and we need to expect that, yeah, it's going to take some time. But I think they are receptive to that desire for some smaller parts, you know. So there's the lights of my truck. So, you know, I don't even need a compass. Compass would be nice. I'm going to probably put a compass right there, but it's not the end of the world. Like right now, we're only over 100 degrees, so likely we would overheat if I didn't shut the overheating off. But if the, you know, I don't need that much pumping boost on the fluid ports to be able to cool this again. So they should just tweak it back up where we can get a reasonable amount of flow rate. I think that would help, you know. Do you remember that jump you did while on a rescue, double jumped on a floating? Yes, that was beautiful. If you know what episode it is, I should do a short on that. I've been trying to get some good Tarkov clips, and I just can't get any good ones to do that are interesting. I had a beautiful sniping run on Tarkov the other day. I did 16 shots, 16 hits, 11 kills, all headshots. It was beautiful. Every bullet hit. There was one guy, I had to pepper him a couple times. I finally got him with a headshot. Oh, was it live? Okay, yeah. Oh, yes, it was live. I remember. Yeah. Well, like right now, we probably overheat. Nope, we're still good. We're 3 degrees off, so we would probably make this trip without overheating. So they don't need to boost it much, but they do need to boost it a little bit at least. So like right here, we'd be right there. We're still gonna probably just overheat. So like it's close, man. They need to work on it. You know, I don't mind if they break people's builds in general for that, but they do need to fix it. And I think they're going to. You know, it's going to take some time. I think at the end of the day, we need to be patient about it. So, you know, I do understand people's frustration when the builds they worked a long time on, they have to take a break or something, but, you know, I do get that. You know, but, you know, the effort is they're trying to make the game better. I think they are. Like, people are, you know, the people who keep asking for them to revert. The pressure update is awesome, man. I'm so excited about making submarines now. I was never excited about making submarines before. I am, because I can now make proper pressure systems, airlocks. Like, you know, I'm thrilled about that stuff. That's awesome, man. That's a lot of cool new engineering stuff. But as you imagine, the part of the audience who does not care about anything engineering. What do we? Let me look at the check battery real quick. Let's shut the light. Let's leave the lights on. Let's just do this. Let's make sure we're in neutral. Okay, I'm gonna rev up. Is my bad? There we go. I'm just gonna rev the engine up a little bit. That way, make sure I don't lose battery. Too much battery. I think we're all right, but I'm just gonna let it idle. Actually, let me see where the battery goes if I idle. All right, good. So we're good. I'm just gonna let this idle. That will make sure we have enough battery. Okay. One thing I would like to see in Not Stormworks 2 is, you know, it's free advertising for them to have people like myself. Shit, I meant to turn the mag all on so I could trailer it right off the bat. I forgot to. You know, like people like myself do a lot of free advertising for the game by just playing it and making tutorials and stuff. And one thing I would like to see them do is a really good suite of camera stuff. Like, for example, I have this. I can't hide that stuff until I wait. So I gotta wait. So when something cool happens, I can't really control the UI all that well. I would like a live action camera that you can shut the UI off. Also, I would like the ability to do like flyby cameras. You imagine how that would be cool to have the boat fly by. Yeah, stuff like that. A really good camera tools are always nice for those of us trying to make content. Yeah, so like, see, we would be on the cusp of overheating again. But, so they don't need to fix that much. I think it's just the fluid port thing. It's limited. It's limiting out to 10 liters per second, so. My vehicle's running fine, but not eating any of the 90K fuel feels like a crime. You have 90,000 liters of fuel in that thing? Holy Jesus. Made a portable fraction device after watching a tutorial. I just need to spawn oil for testing, but can't. Yeah. You know what you should do? Go to the oil platform and do in an add-on and spawn your vehicle on top of the platform right by the oil nozzles. Do that. So you can do it in an add-on and then pump it directly into it from there. The other thing too is just go drill. Grab the drilling rig, drill, and then test it. That's how I did all my testing. It doesn't take long to drill. It's only 60 meters usually for some of those holes. So drill out 60 meters and then do a save. Like, I would personally do a save that has it set up so that it is always, so you always have a save that has oil. Like, I have a bunch of saves here that are all oil. So like this is oil, 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 oil. All these have oil, oil. So if I need to go test oil, I just go there and it's drilled, pre-drilled, with a pipe left in the hole, so I can just go there and do any testing I need to. Come on, jackass. It's Amelia Earhart. Oh, Citrus wanted me to work on, play with jets, with jets. Water jets. to do a quick play with water jets. Well, like, this was a fun little boat. You can see this was challenging to make. Like, you know, my favorite thing is when somebody says you can't do that. You can't do that. That doesn't work. That part sucks. You know, I love it when people like the gyro sucks, because it's like, you know, every one of my airplanes have a gyro. I have the stock gyro, and I don't bother putting anyone else's, you know, gyro in. I love when they're like, oh, you can't make a good boat that has more than 1x1 wedges. And I built something like this that purposefully has as much of an angle on it as you can, because it's like, it's a challenge, and it shows that, you know what, it can be done. And so stop saying things can't be done, because that just is an excuse. You know, you gotta play with it, try it, you know, and if you don't want to do the testing, that's fine, but wait for somebody else to figure it out, and then you can do it, you know. Yeah, she's got good goggles on this one. 54 cylinders enough to pour. Okay, I'll have to look at that. Likely, I would say that is something that a lot of people have been talking about. That is likely on the to-do list. I think they're going in a reasonable. They're going in a reasonable way about things. What the hell is that boat over there? Something just flip over? What is that? A helicopter? Oh, a helicopter crash. Okay. They're going about things in a reasonable way. They're kind of tackling the things that affect the most people. And so, like, it wouldn't surprise me if the next one they go after is some of these cooling issues, because that affects pretty much all boats. And then they go, you know, they'll go for, you know, something like water jets, because that only affects water jets. You know, and that's the smart way to do it, is go after the biggest, the issues that are causing the most things to break, and then go after the less and less. I missed the trailer. Missed it. Okay. You stay in the seat here. This person's going to stay in the boat for your crimes. For your goggle crimes, scoundrel. Let's turn this on, this mag all on. Okay. Let's see if I can hit this in the first try. Let's see. Alright, we gotta be precise with this. Bingo. There you go, baby. How's the ass looking on this? Okay. Drag this out of the water. Deal with it on the land. Oh, come on, grab it. I've not selected the rope. Okay, there we go. That was a me problem. Okay. These headlights suck. I gotta not look at them as I go by. There we go. That fixed the boat there. Beautiful. I like this little setup. It's nice to get after some of these like little builds here. I haven't played with this one in a while since I really built it. I used it a little bit when I built it, but nice to get back to it. It's fun, looks good. It's kind of cool to have it, you know, themed and looks like an old Chris Craft and the, you know, I have an old 50s pickup. Yeehaw, yeehaw, sucker, yeehaw, sucker. You know, we're doing 50 miles an hour in the rain. You know, it seems slow until you actually look at the friggin' speedometer. It's like, you know, I'm not reading any chat while I'm on the bridge. I refuse. I've gone off this friggin' bridge reading chat so many times. I have one that was a shorts clip. I was testing out the big man car, and I read one of Phil's chats, and I did a fishtail, almost recovered it, hit the barrier, went up and over, and then recovered it with Triton. Dangerous business, this. I'll watch the temp in this. Okay, yeah. Like, cooling these land vehicles is nothing. Like, they're fine. It's, you know, raw water cooling's kind of been is doofy at the moment. You know, we're probably doing 70, 80 miles an hour here. So, yeah, you know, it's like you get people who complain about, oh, everything's, you know, can't go fast enough. It's like they want to go 150. It's not the Autobahn. This isn't it right now. It's the one with the lighthouse. You know, like, I would love to see that house we just passed. That should be a purchasable house with a small beginner workbench on it. That would be cool. Like, more little things like that, like little houses, kind of make it feel your own, you know? Like, it's your own little house. Just making sure we still have the trailer. The boat. I know we have the trailer. I can feel the trailer bumping me around, but the boat was what I was worried about. Yeah, the red car there that I went up the side with. The hot hatch. Here we are. Here's the island. Gotta run them straight off to the thing, but kind of fun to take a little drive too. Up, brakes, 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 brakes. Jackknife. I expected to jackknife. I don't think I have any brakes in this trailer, so. Trailer's light enough, you probably wouldn't have brakes on there. You might have a brake controller in the cab, but not gonna have plumbed-in brakes. Hello, Doctor. Good little mission there. Have to make me come on your side there, guy. Pain in the ass. Get. Hello, goggles. But it's like, you know, again, the constant complaints about, oh, nothing works with pressure update. This thing was built well before pressure update. Didn't touch a thing. Works. You know, it's really, you know, it's most of the stuff will work if you built your stuff with the thought of, you know, stoichiometry. You know, it's just, a lot of people are just, they were in the habit of plugging in random numbers until it worked. You know, throw shit against the wall till it sticks. And the problem is, because that wasn't done logically and you don't understand why the numbers that you threw against the wall stuck, then when something changes, it breaks. And instead of taking the time to learn the new mechanics, they're just like, oh, bring it back the way it was. And it's like, nah. Or you could just sit down and learn, you know, take the part of my tutorial that stoichiometry, like literally take it off the website, off Discord or Steam, copy it, and stick it on there. And you don't even need to learn how it works. You just need to put that on there, and you'll now have stuff that works, you know, and it's all you need to do. Yeah, good. That was a fun little mission. Enjoyed that. Take the old boat out again, the old 50s boat and truck. Do not lose it at the end here. Yeah, I'll take a look at those water jets. Yeah, I see it a lot too. Like people who put jet turbines and everything, it's because they're ultra simple, you know, and that's why a lot of people are doing it, because modular engines confuse them. Well, I understand that it can be daunting. That's why I make tutorials, is to try to demystify it. And it's like, you know, the better thing I think is to learn how to do it right. You know, and it's, if some people just aren't into it or don't have the time. I certainly have, you know, an understanding for people who don't have the time. You know, I used to work 3,000 hours a year. You know, so I didn't have a lot of time, but you know, that was also what I enjoyed. You know, some people just, they don't enjoy it, so it's work for them to learn how something operates instead of fun. Which for me, it's fun to learn how something works. This here was that house I was talking about. Like, it's a cool little house there with its own dock. It would be cool if we could spawn something in that dock. You know, like look at the temperature here. It's gone up less than 10 degrees, 8 degrees the whole time we've been running this truck at full throttle. You know, one of the things why a lot of people will just use jet turbines and everything is they don't overheat. You know, instead of just like learning how to do cooling. Oh, reading chat again. See, oh, got a little squirrely for a sec. Oh, squirrel, getting squirrely. So the stability system on this is good. Like I let it pretty much help me and take over. I still was help. Up. There we go. It was a crate. Brake slowly. Brake slowly. Brake slowly. Okay. I don't have any brakes in the trailer, so it jackknifes me. Probably put brakes on that trailer. I found a treasure chest the other day when I was testing the submarine, so it'd be kind of nice to look out for those and go for a swimmy poo. I'm just gonna no clip, seeing that IRL I should be able to grab on the edge of this and pull myself up. So. It's another reason to turn it on. It's like, what would you do in that situation? If you jumped over there, it's a small jump. You really could IRL jump up there probably, and now you can't. You're like, do you walk all the way around and get annoyed, or you just like go ahead and put on a, you know, no clip and say, okay, well, I climbed up, you know. Actually, it wouldn't be that bad. You walk over there, but like certain places. You know, if you want to impose your own rules, I'm all for that. Like, if you say, oh, I'll never no clip, that's fine. You know, but it's a good option to have there for people who do want to use it now and again. And there was a guy on Steam, I think he was, you know, he thought his save was completely broken because he got stuck in the door of his build, and I told him, you know, go in the XML, put in the custom menu, load it up, no clip out of the door, and then you're done. You're good, you know. You know, so it's a pretty easy fix if something happens like that instead of getting frustrated. Just no clip, get out of there, good to go. Yeah. Oh, whoa, whoa, paying attention to chat again. Said drive. Yeehaw, yeehaw, let's fix this. Fix this jackknife, there we go. This truck has no grip down on the wheels. You know, the thing of it is, like, this boat is pretty heavy compared to the weight of the truck. So it would kind of drag the truck around pretty well. You know, lateral grip you really can't, oh shit. Lateral grip you really can't work with. There we go, look at that superior driving technique. It's probably gonna, yep. Got to tip back over. I was looking at the contour, I'm like, I can use that contour to get her tipped back over. Yep, there's gonna wag the dog again. There we go, baby. Back up and back up right. There's not much weight in that trailer. It needs some more weight, so it's got it quite a bit, so it doesn't tip over in the axles. But could use a little bit more probably to keep it from tipping. But this hill is pretty severe here. Hopefully everybody followed the rules in the challenge. I really don't want to have to disqualify a bunch of people. It was frustrating me in the beginning of the challenge that how many people were just blatantly not reading the rules, and then I was having to pop their bubble as I'm like, that's not allowed, read the rules. And it was happening in the big man challenge right off the bat too, a bunch of people not reading the rules. It's just like, rules are there, read them. Yeah. As I hate having to disqualify stuff, I do. Alright, let's check up some chat, catch up on some chat here. Yeah, I haven't really been screwing around with RCS. I don't know if I'll be interested in getting into that stuff. I haven't done a reaction wheels tutorial. I did build my Segway, though. What the hell is it called? Not my Scoot. I built a Segway when it came out. Let's see if I can find it. Find the Segway that I built. Reaction wheel is a gyro. Reaction wheel. Here's a man mover. I call it the man mover. All right, here's my man mover. So that's all reaction wheels on there. So you can use the reaction wheels as gyros and I input electricity, I bet. So here's the man mover. So it's just using reaction wheels. So you can make a little Segway here. So. That's the reaction wheels. All right, let's save this up. Let's load up. I'm gonna load up the custom, and I'll go test some stuff for the what do you call them? Well, what do you call them? The fluid jets. All right, let's see. So like this is one of my saves. You notice I've got a pre-drilled hole with a pipe in it. Anytime I need to test it, just come over here and test it. Let's go to FJ. Yeah, I'm quite curious how many people have either didn't see or ignored the you have to build your own microcontrollers thing. So I'm going to be scouring microcontrollers. So hopefully people aren't cheating because it's not it's not fair to me. It's not fair to everyone else. Somebody wins and you find out later they cheated. It sucks. And if I catch you cheating, like if you win and you cheated, you're done. You're not getting another challenge because you screwed somebody else out of winning the challenge because you broke the rules. So it's not fair to somebody else. Let's see, where is it? That's the main thing that bothers me is if somebody else's stuff is now screwed because you didn't follow the rules. That's the thing that really bothers me is other people's builds not getting there because somebody didn't follow the rules. But that rule, rule was in there. It was like one of the premier rules I wanted in this challenge was, because you get a lot of people who, what do they do? Go to the workshop, get a micro. Go to the workshop, get a micro. Go to the workshop, get a microcontroller. And the problem is, they never learn how to do it. And that was part of this challenge. Is, you don't get to just put somebody else's work on your build to get your build to work. You have to do it. And that's. Because like you could be somebody who's a really good designer, like aesthetic designer, and you could win all these challenges by taking the best microcontrollers from all different people. And so this challenge is like, nope, you get to make them all yourself. So, you know, so you might have a build that it's well-rounded that person put all the effort into. So that's kind of the theme of this challenge. All right, that's good. Let's go ahead and okay. Do a power test first on these. Maybe a pain in the ass to find right there. So this would be my guess what's going on with these right now. Before I've literally not looked at these at all since the update. This would be my guess. Same thing has happened with fluid ports. You get a low flow rate. That would be my guess off the top of my head before I even look at anything. And that would make sense to me that if the fluid rates are artificially low at the moment, that is what's causing it. But we will look more in depth. But that would not surprise me if that's the issue. And again, I think that will get fixed when they fix the issue globally. So, but we will look. Oh Christ! I just clicked the wrong one. Okay, there we go. I probably hooked that up, huh? You know, I liked on the 1950s challenge, I made everybody use my engine and transmission because that was an aesthetic challenge. So that was, you know, what I cared most about was, you know, looks and general theming on that one. So I didn't want people, that one I didn't want people to have to worry about making a transmission and a microcontroller, you know, for that, and an engine microcontrollers. That one I specifically wanted people just to worry about the aesthetics. So it's you know, it's kind of having different themes for different events is kind of nice, you know, because it brings in different people. Some people they are really good at design work. Some people are really good at microcontrollers. Some people are in between, and so you know, it gives a chance for if somebody is never good at microcontrollers, um, you know, an aesthetic challenge is good for them. They can feel like they can participate. You have a challenge where somebody is never makes any microcontrollers. Well, now they have to either learn or it's not the challenge for them. You know. So we're doing 3 liters per second. That's I would say that's the problem. Is that we're still not getting high enough flow rates and fluid ports. That would be the guess off the top of my head. Is that something that they're gonna have to work on anyway? And it seems like that would coincide with what's going on now. So there's 6. So this should go full speed. Yeah, this will go full speed. So we're at what, 3.5 liters per second? Let's see where we're at now. 6, so he doubled. So I'm thinking that's what the issue is. That it's just, that that's just the issue. Yeah, I'm thinking that's what's going on with these is that the you know, you're probably gonna have to wait till they do a fluid fix on them because I think that's what's going on. Say if this is water jet test. Yeah, so I wouldn't even bother screwing with these water jets until I would at least wait for Friday, see what's going on. We got an update? Let me look. Yeah, the whole reason why a reaction wheel can work in space is you don't have any sort of resistance against it like water or air. So that's why it works in space, you know. So it shouldn't be working you know, moving a submarine well. You have the hydrodynamic stability going on there. It's not going to be able to move the water very well. You know, they'll be good for little things, but you know, they're supposed to be for space, but you can make some cool things. Like you saw how many of those I needed for that little Segway. You know, that's because that's not what it's designed for, you know? What is the, what do you mean, to be fair, it should be a standardized rule with the microcontrollers? Like, what do you mean, for each challenge? Like, I changed the challenges, like each challenge has like a kind of a gimmick or a theme. Again, you know, trying to make it so that more people can participate. Let's see real quick what's going on. I'm just checking, see if there's a message or a update. I don't see any updates there. Let's check. Yeah, it might, it's probably not an announced update if it was anything. It could be something. See, this is the other thing too, is there was an NVIDIA driver yesterday that I installed. So it could be something. If the game updated, it could be some functionality change with the new NVIDIA. Oh, it's an old one from what? Oh, in the New Jersey. Okay. So what's that have to do with me? Let's see. Got some good stuff going on in the build challenge stuff here. I'll bring up some pics. Finally getting some pictures. We got Chicken Soars back with working on. So Chicken Soars Truckeroni. Got Neat Knots Truckeroni. Got Magazorb. A little more Euro style. Yep, so good new stuff going on there. Yeah, this is the big hill that, or that's one of them. This is the hill that we just went down and up there. That one's a challenge. You gotta really get on that one. That's a challenge to get up and down that hill there. Let's see what I want to do here. Yeah, so this is I would just wait on fluid jets, frankly, because I think the same thing that's possibly causing, like, look at here, if we do, so right as we start this, so if we look, these aren't going to turn on. Piss. Okay, let's go down here to the micro. Let's go, where are we at? 100, 0. Okay, spawn that. You don't even need to start it, but like if you look here, we have flow rates in these of 106 liters per second, right? So you got 106 liters per second going through the radiator, keeping this cool. Then if we pull the other one that I had right here, this is the cooling water box test. If we pull this, these are heat sinks. So this is like how most people are doing their raw water cooling. It's like this. They're running to the ocean. So if you run this, you look. Are they running? Pumps false. Why the? Oh, I didn't change the friggin' thing. I didn't change the value. I changed the value. Okay. So if you check this. It was at 106 liters per second. Well, now look at it. It's 10. So the problem right now that we're having, which is what I hope the devs fix this week, which wouldn't surprise me, is that's one of the main issues people are having now, which they seem to be going after the main issues, is it's 10-10. So it wouldn't surprise me if the issues people are having are this, because, that engine requires 3 to 4 5x5s. Radiators, and they're running at 106. So for raw water cooling, I'm going to need, let's say I need at least half of that. So we would need 5 times the flow rate in the ports. If we want to make the ports even less, so it's definitely a porting issue, because if I go here, where are my downflows? Downflows there. Downflows there. Okay. Because if we put fluid ports on like this, and we spawn it, we're getting, okay, so see, this is higher. It's still running low here, though. So see, we're limited on the inflow of 10. Look at the outflow. We're outflowing massive amounts. We were for a second there. We're outflowing hundreds. But now it is limited because we pissed out all the water in the engine. So for some reason, it does not like the water to be up against this fluid port, I think. Because notice we got real high flow rates until until the water equalized. Now we're at 10, 10, 10. And I bet underneath we're 10 as well. So I think that's one of the issues going on right now with this. You know, so until they get these fluid ports balanced out, I don't think we're going to get any real progress on that. So I think that's what we need. Do a quick test here. You know, so looking at these now, we're still limited to 10 on the other ones. You know, so the fluid port is being the limiting factor right now. So that is what's causing the raw water cooling to not work. You know, so unless they fix, or I would say it's a fix, because right now we can't do raw water cooling. We can't do liquid-liquid heat exchangers because the max flow through the ports is 10. We can't cool that way. And so it's going to limit us to radiators, because if you notice, the radiator gets high flow because it's not limited by the fluid port. So the fluid port appears to me to be the limiting factor at the moment. That seems to be what the problem is right now. Like, we could do a quick test here where I see if tanks will work. So, for example, what's my ups? Up and up there. Okay, so these are my ups. So, like, if we did this, so we'll see if the tank will make this work now, because the tank might not have the limiting factor of the fluid ports. We'll just run this left side, it's fine. Make these fresh water. So we can test to see if it's still having that problem. And no. So you see that the fluid rates are uncapped with the tank. Now eventually it's going to run out because this is just pissing the water onto the ground. So that seems like the fluid port is your limiting factor, and that's why we're having cooling problems. That would be my guess with the tests I've been doing. You know, I'll show you some of my other tests I've been doing. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking is going on now. So I think it's a balancing issue where the fluid ports are just not allowing us to take enough water. That's why electric radiators still work fine. Now, it's not just electric radiators. It's anything that's not fluid port related. The fluid ports, in my estimation, is what's going on here. Because if we go ahead and we grab... right here. So here's my large cooling test I've been doing. So this is kind of the methodology I'm doing on this test. Is if we look at this, this is a tank of fresh water. This is a heater. The heater will heat the tank of fresh water. We then, on this one, it's far enough away where the ambient temperature is not affected by that heater. If we turn this system on, heater and cooling, you know, the 5x5 radiator is not the king of heating. It is just, it's space-wise, it's the king of heating. Let's put it that way. Because if we go back and we look at this, we can check the temp. Ambient, and then this one's running at 35 points. This will keep going up, but it will go up to about 37.9, and then it'll stabilize. So let's let it stabilize. Because the other ones are later than this one. Let's let this one stabilize, and we'll look at it. Yeah, it's going to be a common appearance. It is going to be a common factor. You have to make your own microcontrollers. Like, for example, if I did one that's supposed to be all aesthetics, you know, I don't really care what your microcontrollers are. So that one probably don't care, because the point is I want you to show me that you can make something that looks good. So I don't really care what your microcontrollers are. So that one I'd be like, do whatever you want microcontroller-wise. You know, some of it, too, is like, it alienates some new players if you say you have to do, you know, all your own microcontrollers for some. So some of them I like to have it in there where, yeah, use whatever microcontrollers you want. I want you to attempt to make something. You know, is it likely a new player is going to win the challenge? No, but that's kind of not the point. It's for them to participate. So in a challenge where I might want some new players to participate, I might make it so that you can use whatever microcontrollers you want, you know. So that they feel comfortable participating. So what was that, 36 and change? And then like this one, I wanted people to make their own, so I know I alienated a bunch of people, and I'm fine with that. That's what the challenge is. The challenge is to make your own microcontroller. The truck itself is pretty simple, but making your microcontroller is what makes it challenging, and that's get people out of their shell. It's like, Citra's always talking, how finds it pretty easy now to make a transmission because using that chart that I made, it makes it easier to make a transmission, and before it was probably a challenge to make a transmission. And so once you've learned that, it's like, oh, this isn't as hard as I thought. And so it makes it so people gives people some confidence. And that's one reason why in this one you're forced to make your own microcontrollers. It's funny. Every time I start a challenge, I'll get a bunch of people like, oh, this rule I'm not participating. It's like, okay, well then don't. Not every challenge is for you. The rule set's the rule set, and you don't have to participate in every one. There are some people who only like to build boats, and they participate in the boat challenge, and they don't participate in anything else. Every challenge I get some repeat offenders who come in and they want to change all these rules, and they never participate in any of the challenges. So it's like I'm not going to change a bunch of rules for a person who's not going to participate anyway. So there are a couple of people I know, they never participate, but they always come in wanting rule changes. And it's like, I'm not, unless there's a bunch of people who want that rule change, it's not going to happen, because I'm not going to change it for one person who often doesn't even participate anyway. So notice the difference here. So this here is 36 degrees. All right, this one over here is at 34 degrees. This is colder than the 5x5 radiator, but this is much bigger. Now, is it worth using for 2 degrees? No. I was talking about this the other day. I think the devs need to balance this where this thing should be like 10 degrees, 20 degrees cooler than that, because it uses up so much more space. So if you had a ship, yeah, throw this system in, man. Be my guest. Throw this system in. It will make it nice and cold, but it needs to be like 20 degrees colder than that. Maybe not 20 degrees. Do it percentage-wise. Maybe 20% would be an extra 6 degrees colder. This one over here, the difference here is this one is recooling its air. So this cools its air at the end. This one here is 3426. This one's 3422. So this one here is cooler than this. This has this bigger air-to-air heat exchanger cooling its air down. This one's like a fraction. So is it worth using this bigger part? No. This one here has no... Actually, what is it using now? It's air cooling off the ass. Okay, so this is double. So this is air cooling the water. This one's down to 31. This is the coldest, 3182. So the water comes through here. No, this also has a liquid-liquid heat exchanger. So this one has a liquid-liquid heat exchanger here. And then it goes up into this system. And then it goes up into this system, which air cools the liquid-liquid heat exchanger. So this system here has our lowest temperatures. It's 3184. It's beating this one over here by a grand total of 5 degrees Celsius. But like, look at how much more parts. But if we look at 5x5 radiator costs $400, right? $700. That whole setup there cost me, let's see, 700 minus 150 minus, I think it was this one, minus 50, so minus 50 minus, let's see, shit, I just dropped my calculator. Liquid minus 50 minus, let's say pumps. We need like at least 3 more pumps, I'd say, on there. 3 more pumps minus 300. So that saves us about 150 bucks doing all this crap over this one. This is a very expensive part, this right here. So this runs cooler, and it saves us money. But as you can see, its footprint's larger. So if you had something you don't care, like you had a ship, this actually looks pretty cool. This is some good decoration. Plus, your ship's going to run cooler in this system than this system. And so that's the main thing. That's the main issue. So that's the thing. Free some chat. Yeah, so like Citrus's comment about transmissions, it wasn't hard before it was just totally unthinkable to even try. And that's the thing, and that's why I like making tutorials is, it's going to seem daunting and, people like, oh, I'm not going to get into, it's like the people I talk about who use jet turbines for everything. They do it because they don't know how to prevent overheating in their engines. That's the problem is, oh, I like jets because I don't have to worry about overheating. Well, what they're saying is they're saying I don't know how to fix overheating. So instead of making a proper engine for something, I'm going to make a turbine that burns an absolute insane amount of fuel, is incredibly loud, and then like people who just they'll just let the engine run at max RPM and then just dump the clutch to go in their vehicles. Well, once you learn an auto clutch, oh, now I'll actually use a clutch that operates properly. And then, oh, now I have a transmission. Oh, people saying, oh, the wheels always squeal in game. No, they don't. The wheels don't always squeal in game. How many of my cars have wheels that squeal when I just go straight? Very few. And the reason is none of them I can think of. And the reason is because the transmission's proper. If you have a proper transmission, then it's not going to squeal the wheels. Well, they just don't know that transmission, and once they learn the transmission, you're good. So it's, you got to, some of these things that, you got to take the time and have the courage to learn something. And once you learn how it works, it's the one thing that's nobody could take away from you is the knowledge, and that's why I like learning this stuff, So this is what I mean by squealing wheels. Of course, you're gonna squeal wheels turning, because you cannot XML grip the side friction. Side friction you can't XML grip. Straight friction you can. But notice my wheels don't squeal when I do gear changes. Might do it in that one gear because that gear is out of place. But notice the rest of my gears don't go. That one gear there will squeal. And you have people who will smoke the entire time. It means their gear ratio is wrong. It means their gear ratio is too high and the wheels are slipping constantly because the gear ratio is too high, where in real life what would happen is the engine would stall in game to help you, which again, people think it's the devs screwed up. No, they're doing it to help you. They're doing it so you don't have to have perfect gear ratios to even just have a car. And, that's why I try to make all these tutorials, is I want people to be able to make stuff that they want to build and learn some things. And, and once you've learned some of the stuff, that's the greatest feeling there is wow, now I can build a modular engine. Look at all these things I can do. Or wow, I can build a pressurization system. Look at all the things I can do, and that's the great thing about this game, is the learning part of it, But, all right, I think that's probably good for today. So some cool stuff, hopefully Tanup, your helicopter's working a little bit better now, at least burning less fuel. Did some good missions. The airplane is now in the career build series. There'll be a little bit of decorating here and there, but for the most part, that airplane's ready to go. I'm trying to keep that kind of theme with the career build series live. Is I don't want to build like a 200-hour build. I want to build a build that takes me a little bit of time, get it in game, use it. And then if I build some stuff on the side, like the submarine's going to come in. That one's taken a lot of time for the challenge, but the submarine will be using that in some of the live videos. So that'll be kind of cool. Let me see. I'm just reading the chat too. My truck squealed for a second when going 6-7. Yeah, that's the thing, is you'll get those squeals because you can't get it precisely exactly the right gear ratio. So, but you'll have people who their wheels squeal the whole way they're going straight, and it means they're in the wrong gear. And again, you don't know what you don't know, so they'll blame the game and the devs. They'll say, "Oh, wheel grip sucks." No, it's fine. Yes, I think if the devs gave us the slider, if the slider would go up to 5, be perfect. 5 is what I put on all my construction equipment, and then I put 2 on all my tractor trailers, and it's beautiful. But the problem is, if you don't have the right gear ratios, you're going to stall your engine because your wheel is now grabbing the ground harder, and people are going to blame the game again. And it's like a lot of the times it is, there are problems with the games. I just showed one. The fluid ports are not letting us have enough fluid, And it is broken what the standard used to be. And the standard was, for example, in boats, you would do raw water cooling or liquid cooling. Can't do that right now because the fluid ports are putting out too little. They need to be balanced. That is a game problem, absolutely. But a lot of it is just, you know, you have to be in the right gear in a car to make it operate properly. So, let's see. All right, so let's go ahead and thank the members. Sign them out. And Connor Boyle, Danny, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs, all FS Gamer, Citrus, and Rasmus. They were in. Some of them were in here today. We had Citrus, Rasmus, FS, and Aaron. Good to see you guys in the chat as usual. Thank you guys for being members. If you're interested in becoming a member, you can look down in the description below. Thank you to Chickasaur for being a patron. If you're interested in that, that is down in the description below. If you have not subscribed, please consider subscribing. I'd appreciate that. If you guys would like the video and the videos in general, that helps other people find them and helps with the YouTube's nonsense. So thank you guys for hanging out, and we'll see you in the next one.